Thank you.
We're good? Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. If you would follow along with the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation followed by Eric Schmidt. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our Father in heaven, we thank thee for this wonderful day and country in which we live. We are especially thankful for this region and for the moisture that thou hast provided for us. Father, we are grateful to come before thee and ask for thy spirit as we progress through a meeting that allows us to help decide what best can be done to improve and make Branson the best. Father, we ask thee to please bless us and those present with humility, compassion, empathy, and understanding, that we might consider those things that thou would have us consider, that our board members, we are so thankful for, that they give their time and their abilities to make the best decisions that they see fit to support this community. We ask thee to please bless them with thy spirit, that they might have insight and guidance as they go forth. And we say these things in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Eric. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Fenton.
Here.
Denham. Cooper.
Here.
Milton. Rodriguez. Howden.
Here.
LeBlanc.
Here.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We have a few proclamations tonight, and I'm going to start off with we have a proclamation for the Lights On After School Day in Branson for the Boys and Girls Club of the Ozarks. Is there someone here to receive that? Oops, I better bring these.
I'm on the board. I'm on the board.
They wanted the mayor to. You want them both? You want to come down? No? Alderman Fenton is on this board also. So, what's your name?
Jean Tate.
Who is it?
Jean Tate.
Jean? Larry Milton, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. We have a proclamation here. Whereas the citizens of Branson, Missouri stand firmly committed to quality after-school programs and opportunities, and whereas quality after-school programs provide safe and engaging learning experiences that help children realize their full potential, build stronger communities, and support working families. And whereas Lights On After School is a national celebration of quality after-school programs like the Boys and Girls Club of the Ozarks, and whereas many after-school programs across the country are facing operating challenges so severe that they are forced to consider closing their doors and turning off their lights. And whereas the City of Branson enthusiastically endorses Lights On After School and commits our city to engage in innovative after-school programs and activities that ensure the lights stay on and the doors stay open for all the children after school. Now therefore, I, Larry Milton, Mayor of the City of Branson, Missouri, do hereby proclaim proclaim the day of October 20th, 2022 as Lights On After School Day in Branson, Missouri. Hi, I'm the mayor. Madam Clerk, would you take roll call vote, please? No, we just need to start over. I read this proclamation, and these people aren't here. I was just told that the Tates are here for their proclamation. They walked in late and thought this was for them, right? So we'll try this again. Whereas Staff Sergeant Moses Frank Tate went missing in 1943 when he was just 23 years old during World War II. Whereas a team of historians and anthropologists recently identified his remains in Romania after 79 years and were able to notify his family and provide them with a detailed report on his journey home, including forensic reports and photos. And whereas Staff Sergeant Tate will be brought to Branson, Missouri for a funeral with full military honors on October 27th, 2022 at Faith Lutheran Church before being escorted to the Missouri Veterans Cemetery in Springfield for burial with full military honors. Whereas the city of Branson, Missouri honors our veterans and active duty and military not just on Veterans Day or the 4th of July, but every day of the year. And whereas Staff Sergeant Tate made the ultimate sacrifice to allow us to enjoy the freedoms that we have today and should be honored for that sacrifice. And whereas everyone be aware of this sacrifice and help honor Staff Sergeant Tate and his family. Now I therefore, Larry Milton, Mayor of the City of Branson, Missouri, do hereby proclaim the day of October 27th, 2022 as Staff Sergeant Moses F. Tate Day in Branson.
I just want to thank you on behalf of all the Tate family for this recognition for Uncle Moses. He was the oldest of his siblings, and sadly, none of them are alive today. But we all knew growing up, we heard about Uncle Moses and how he gave the ultimate sacrifice for his country. And it was the dream of all his siblings and his parents that one day that he would be coming home. So this is a good ending for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ooh. Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you for serving. So now we have the You've Been Caught Doing Something Good recognition. On behalf of the Mayor, Board of Aldermen, City Administrator, and City staff, it is my honor to announce Shane Childress as this month's You've Been Caught Doing Something Good Award winner. This award is to positively recognize Branson citizens and community members who make our community a great place to live, work, and play. Shane is receiving this award because of his historic actions to help rescue a family, including a baby, from a fiery car crash. After seeing the crash, he immediately and without hesitation helped a woman and an infant get out of their car, which was on fire. He also helped the driver, who was severely injured, get out of the car and to safety. When emergency responders arrived, he used 3 fire extinguishers to try to put out the fire and assisted fire responders in getting a 4th person out of the car and to safety. He went above and beyond to assist officers and emergency personnel until the situation was under control. Shane is a great example of a member of the Branson community who thinks of others before himself to help keep our community safe. Congratulations, and keep making Branson proud. Is Shane here?
I just wanted to let y'all know, I asked to say a couple things. I actually got to review the video on this because one of our officers was there pretty quick. Shane jumped in as well as a couple, our family members or friends? Friends. But what this gentleman did was truly just heroic. He didn't just assist, he went into a car that was fully engulfed in smoke, and that's very, very nasty stuff if you've never been around actual fire smoke, and he had to force the door open from inside. Him doing so while the officers were helping other people then allowed the officers to carry a severely injured person from that passenger seat. Had he not done that, the flames were fully engulfed about 45 seconds after that. Had he not done that, that person wouldn't be here today. So this is a true hero. So I think he deserves another round.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Wow. Boy, those were some well-deserved recognitions, huh? So now, I would like to introduce a new hire at Branson. He's going to be working in the Planning and Development Department, and his role is Customer Service Liaison. His role is something that I've heard from this community for decades. Customer Service Liaison. That means if anybody in Branson is opening a new business, expanding a business, new construction, remodeling, anything to do with doing business and opening business in Branson, Cody's
Cody Stice, yes.
Cody Stice. His information, his contact information is going to be plastered everywhere. So share with your friends and family, and we're going to get this out in the press. Any obstacles, any misunderstandings, any delays, anything. He represents the citizens of Branson, Missouri. He represents the businesses in Branson, Missouri. He reports to the city administrator, which means he doesn't have to jump through a lot of hoops. If there's anything he can do to help you open up businesses, expand, new construction, he's going to be your go-to guy. I believe that, and I'll just speak personally, it's been no secret that I've heard over and over and over again how hard it is to do business in Branson. And most that have lived here for any length of time have either felt that themselves or they know somebody who has. And for the first time, this city now has an advocate for the Branson community.
Yes, thank you.
Did you want to say a few words, Cody?
Yeah, just going to make it kind of short and sweet, but I do want to flash, Branson is all about business. We take it serious, and we're going to look at all our procedures and processes. And we're going to look everything from the small mom and pop all the way up to the big developments, look for solutions, and advocate for those people to be able to make their dreams come true. It's hard enough to make a business run. I think almost everybody up there is in a business, owns a business, so you guys understand that the process that the city can make that very difficult. So we're going to look at everything, not leave a stone unturned, and try to figure out ways to make things simpler for everybody.
And in some of my conversations with Cody, there's going to be things like, what I hear is fairly common, is we have building inspectors, right? We have code enforcement, and our code enforcement and building inspectors are really just trying to do their job, and their job is to enforce code. However, it's not uncommon that some of our code isn't clear, right, Linda? Some of it's vague. I mean, Jerry. If I could get you to change your name, I wouldn't have to go through this. There's codes that are, maybe can be interpreted a couple different ways. If and when those are run across, Cody's going to help us clear up the language. So both code enforcement and the developer clearly understand what that is. And I understand that has a lot to do with some of the frustrations that we've been enduring. I believe you know this board well enough to know that when there's codes that are either outdated or need to be changed or constantly causing friction, this board will be the first one to change the code to make it clear and fair for everybody. So I think this is a big day for Branson. I've had the opportunity to sit with Cody. I think his past experience and what he's done and his mindset, I think it's going to be, it won't be long. We're going to be looking back and saying, Cody, thank you very, very much for what you've done.
I appreciate that, but I want to say one thing. This is not just me. This is a change. You guys have set a direction. I think it's a change for the whole city, our mindset, every department, and how we're going to treat our citizens, the businesses coming in, how we're going to look at them and help them be successful. And, you know, like you said, you kind of hit on where I came from. I came on both the public and private side, so I've seen both sides of it. I know how hard it is to deliver it, and I know how hard it is to take it in and make it work for the taxpayers. So I'm going to be using that experience to find ways where we can make that smoother for everybody and work for the city and the business side.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, Cody.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Cody, welcome, man. And
Thank you.
I appreciate our little chat that we had the other day as well. You know, I heard you say "we" a couple times, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the humility that you have, that you just said about, you know, the entire change. But I would hope that when you say "we," you mean you and the citizens, you know, because quite frankly, Cody, it's very easy for a sort of bureaucratic mentality to set in with any members of any kind of government, right? And I think maybe even as time goes on, there was a time I sat out there in those seats, and now I'm up on this seat. But I still feel like, you know, an advocate to try to change things in some ways, right? So just, I would say never forget who you fight for and who you advocate for, and that's the citizens, and always be on that side. If the citizens have a point and maybe they're off on a few little data points, don't tell them how they're wrong or say, or kind of defend, you know, the way it's been or the status quo and say they meant well. Think more about the citizens meaning well and just wanting to do their business, you know. So I just hope you never forget the seed of why we felt your position was necessary, and never forget who you represent, and you'll do a great job.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Anybody else? No.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Cody. Okay, this brings us to the public comment section of the Board of Aldermen meeting. At this time, the board will hear the citizens who have signed up in the order they are listed. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do. Our first speaker is Deanna Slatton, address 187 Lone Pine, Branson, Missouri, speaking on health safety.
Hi, guys. Okay, I came here today to bring some more interesting news about the COVID.
Deanna,
Yes,
I've caught a lot of heat over this.
I'm aware of you caught a lot of heat, but the people need to know this.
Okay, and
Okay.
I'm not saying that they do or don't need to know your message. Please keep it to,
I have things that I want to ask of each one of you today, okay? So I am going to do that.
please don't launch into national COVID
okay.
things that we can't control.
You can't control cyanide.
Can't control what, I'm sorry?
Cyanide poisoning with COVID. And
Cyanide?
Yes, cyanide. In my research, I'm not a professional and I'm not a doctor, but I have found some interesting things that are taking place, and this is why I'm going to be asking these things from you. Some of the shots that I have looked at, the ingredients, look like to me they carry cyanide.
Time out. And I really need to, I want to be as respectful as possible.
Okay? I do have a doctor that's talking about this too, by the way.
You know what? And I'm not saying it's right, wrong, or valid. This is a business meeting.
Okay, so what I'm going to ask of you,
Ask the question.
every one of you, I want an investigative team, and I want to be able to look at the shots that we have going in the town, in the hospitals and the health department.
Time out. Then please go talk to the hospital. And
Okay.
please go talk to the health department.
Is that,
We don't give shots. We don't approve shots.
I'm aware of that, but you can have an investigative team look at this, could you not?
No.
Could you not have an investigative team looking at this? I'm serious. This is
Yeah, Mark.
not something that you just want to just fly. There's a potential for every human setting in the United States right now, because of the way things are operated within the toxic system and soup that we have in this country, that not just the vaccinated people are dying, but the unvaccinated are
Excuse me.
too.
Jim, are you
because of it.
online?
Taylor's online.
Taylor? Earth to Taylor. Taylor's our attorney. He's
Okay.
online. Okay, Taylor doesn't get paid.
Mayor,
Ask him if we can have an investigative team to find out the facts on this stuff, because it's going around and it's being talked about.
Please, please. I'm not saying it is or isn't.
This has
I don't
affected my
think-
family, Larry. This has affected my family, dude.
Deanna, I don't think there's an alderman or the mayor can do anything about that. I'm not saying it's not.
Yes, you can. You absolutely can. You can get an investigative team and
So
you
who
can
am I
put
gonna,
it together.
we're gonna
You
go
can.
investigate the hospital in Taney County Health?
Just asking for some vials to look at, okay? That's all that's just all we want to do is just
Taylor?
have that looked at.
Taylor, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me now, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. I understand the question, and as the mayor has already suggested, this is obviously a top-down separation of powers and authority issues. That the federal government has regulations as it relates to the
You
COVID vaccine.
represent the people, though. You represent the people.
I understand that, ma'am. However, the city and this board is limited to the statutory authority that it's given. I'm happy as our city attorney to look into that issue to see if this board even has the ability to
They have the
form
right
such
to
an
investigate.
investigative.
They have the right to investigate, and so do the people.
And I understand that that's your position, ma'am, but at this time, I think that it would make sense to move off this topic until we can have an adequate opportunity to look into your concern. But
So,
I
Deanna-
appreciate your
Dr.
concern and
Zach
understand.
Bush, look him up.
Okay, Deanna,
Fine, whatever.
what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have our legal team look this up and see if there's anything legal this board can do. Is that fair?
That's fair. Thank
Come
you.
back next Tuesday and I'll give you the update. Thank you, Deanna. So that concludes our public speakers.
Our next speaker is Betsy McConnell. Address is 210 West Price Street, Branson, Missouri, speaking on city ordinance.
Do I have to restate my name and address?
What's your name?
Betsy McConnell, 210 West Price Street, Branson. Good evening, Mayor and Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I would like to address the lack of transparency demonstrated during the hiring process for our current city administrator. Mrs. Stepp, I want to be very clear, this is in no way a personal attack on you, but rather on the hiring process itself and how the desired qualifications currently stated in our own city ordinance were ignored. Mayor, when you ran for mayor of our city, you stated that process was important to you. You didn't like that the old mayor was changing things on the fly based on his personal wants and wishes. You also stated that you believed the city should have to follow its own ordinances, even though the city attorney at the time was pointing out that the city in fact, was exempt from its own ordinances. Now, that opinion was based on a topic of code violations, but I think your supporters strongly agreed with you on that. And we believed we could count on you to follow codes and ordinances across the board. However, just as your predecessor did, it seems you felt you had a better plan and you knew best when hiring our current administrator. Marshall and Ruth, you both ran on transparency and process. Marshall, you stated multiple times that your predecessor wouldn't listen to anyone. And again, he didn't follow processes. He did what he wanted, not what the citizen wanted, and not what city code called for. You promised your voters you would be different. However, it is apparent that you had decided there was no need to bring in any city administrators with actual city administrator experience. Because you, Marshall, in your own words, said she, speaking of Kathy, is being headhunted by Bass Pro. She has an offer, and that's the only reason for the increased expediency. You sent that in a text message on July 17th, over 3 months ago. Sounds like you had your mind made up in July. No need for the process to run its course. Quite frankly, I'm not sure I understand why a person would take a role with only 3 votes if they had such an amazing offer from a company like Bass Pro. Ruth, you worked for the city and the county. You have firsthand knowledge of what happens when people with political power hand select a person for such an important position. It usually doesn't end well, and it usually isn't good for the city or the county. I'm not sure why the 3 of you, including Ralph, voted to spend $27,000 on a search. If you knew who you wanted, why did you waste taxpayer dollars? Why not just hire her and save the money? Our city code states, the qualifications for a city administrator is listed in section 2-136 and states in part, should, I understand not shall, but should have a master's degree in business or public administration or a related field. It also states that an appointment of any city administrator shall be based solely upon qualifications without regard to his political beliefs or affiliations. Marshall, you specifically stated you wanted Kathy because she is conservative. You stated you were worried if you chose a person based on their experience that they would be too far left. You can't do that. You all voted on a process and you didn't follow the process to the end. There was no public comment. There was no director feedback. There were no public interviews. Instead, you simply extended an offer to a candidate with no master's degree, no college degree, but someone whose political experience excited you. Politicians can spin things, we all know that. But Branson deserves more than disingenuous politicians running our city. They deserve folks that are really looking out for them. They deserve people to serve them in their best interest.
30 seconds.
If you don't like the process, as a board, change it. Do not just decide to spin it to fit your current desires. Kathy may be wonderful, but she doesn't meet the current qualifications in our code. The code should have been changed before she was hired. Mayor, you had this amazing opportunity to bring this board together, to unify our city, to move us forward in a positive way. This one decision has set us back to 2020, divided, angry, and frustrated with our current city government, once again, ignoring codes and doing what you want. You will let people get up here and talk about all kinds of things, but you shut down your own alderman who asked to have this discussion publicly and open. When asked, from what I understand, the new city administrator fell in line, refused to put it on the agenda. Being in office makes you a servant, not a master. If you are doing this for the right reasons, you are humble, you are kind, you are open, and you don't hide from questions or criticism. You're here to serve the great people of our city. Chuck, Cody, Clay, thank you for staying humble. Thank you for standing up for what you believe. Thank you for your servant hearts and making the employees and the citizens of the community feel like they've been heard.
Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers?
Can we open this up for discussion?
Actually, let's, actually, you know what? Let's do that. Betsy, you want, oh, are you leaving? Well, Chuck asked for discussion. Let's have a discussion. A couple things I'd just like to ask. When you say that, actually, you and Alderman Rodriguez have said publicly that you do not think Kathy Stepp is qualified.
Qualified based on the current city code.
City code says you have to be 25 years old, something else, and should have a master's degree, right? So Betsy, what you're discounting is Baker Tilly. So you're questioning Baker Tilly, a national search firm, doesn't know what they're doing. Baker Tilly put out and received 50 applicants. Baker Tilly took the top 10 and presented them to this board. And Baker Tilly was asked the question, out of these 10 that you're recommending to the board to consider, all 10 are very qualified candidates. So Baker Tilly says they're all qualified, but for some reason, in your mind and in Alderman Rodriguez's mind, you know more than Baker Tilly. Because Baker Tilly said they are very qualified. Not only did they say they were very qualified, when all the final 10 were scored, one person received a score of a 12, which was the highest. They didn't, the board just, we didn't feel like it was a good fit.
Was that the whole board, or was that?
A majority.
When I say the whole board, what do you mean the whole board?
That was 3 aldermen, 3 to 3. 3 aldermen up here, Clay, Cody, and myself, wanted to interview and keep their process going on the top candidate who ran a
He
vacation
wasn't the top,
destination.
the one you wanted wasn't the top candidate?
He was the top candidate in our eyes.
Okay, but not according to Baker
Opinions
Tilly.
matter for you, right?
And Baker Tilly,
My point,
Yes.
Mayor, if you don't
Yes.
mind, I'm not trying to start an argument, but when you say should have a master's degree in business or public administration or a related field, shall be chosen solely on the basis of his or her executive and administrative qualification with special reference to their actual experience in the stated role. My point was, change this code.
Okay, so
They
what you're-
don't need,
Betsy?
I would have applied.
Betsy,
But when I
again, what
read
you're
this-
saying is Baker Tilly doesn't know what they're doing, because out of the top 10, out of the top 10 they sent to this board, do you know that 4 of the 10 did not have a master's degree, even though the code says should have?
Did they
Baker-
have previous city administrator experience?
I'm just telling you, in the
Did they-
in the
but
column
It
of
says
master's degree.
either or. The code clearly says or
Okay. Baker
experience.
Tilly
So
is a
I'm saying
professional
change the
firm.
code. That's all I'm saying is instead of the board.
But you're implying that myself and some others, but you're implying that I circumvented these rules, and that's simply not the case. I don't know why you're suggesting that.
Did you get any other applications from individuals that didn't have a master's degree or previous city administrator experience? That didn't have one or the other. So they might not have had a master's, but they had served as a city administrator, or they'd never served as a city administrator but had a master's degree.
Baker Tilly's top 10, right? Master's degree was 1 point. Experience was another. I mean, they were scored based on certain things.
That was Jan's scoring
that was
metric.
Jan's scoring, yeah.
That was the HR scoring metric.
Okay. So, thank you, Cody. So Jan scored Baker's Tilly's top 10. Is that, can we agree on that?
No, that's incorrect. It wasn't Baker Tilly's top 10.
Cody? Did Jan score Baker Tilly's top 10?
Yeah, they scored the candidates presented to us, yes.
Thank you. So Jan did the scoring, but it was Baker Tilly's information.
Correct.
Correct.
If I remember right, the very last meeting we had with Baker Tilly, they gave a 1-year guarantee on this search. And Kathy Stepp was the only person that did not get that 1-year guarantee because it was not their candidate.
So what's your point?
You keep saying Baker Tilly's top candidates. It wasn't Baker Tilly's candidate.
Cody, was it Baker Tilly's top 10 candidates? Am I missing something? It was on the list of 10.
Yeah, she was on there because 3 aldermen and a mayor wanted her on the list.
So Baker Tilly was forced to put her on the list because of the mayor and
Baker
3
Tilly
aldermen.
did it because you wanted her on there.
Do you have any facts on that, Mr. Rodriguez?
We were all sat there in a meeting. I mean,
I
Cody,
told Baker Tilly, you must put Kathy on this list. Is that what you're saying in public?
Are you asking if I can, like, present that to you in writing? No, I can't.
Did you ever hear the words coming out of my mouth? Larry Milton forced Baker Tilly to put Kathy Stepp on the top 10. That's what you're saying in public.
I'm saying that Baker Tilly put her through the process because 3 aldermen and a mayor wanted to see her go through. That's what I'm saying.
Wasn't she a finalist in the previous process as well?
Okay.
She was.
Actually, I was on the HR committee when we interviewed her. And my opinion on her was she was a politician. She was very smart, very likable. She's a politician. And I was ridiculed for that.
But not qualified.
Yes, not qualified.
Yeah. That's fair. You have an opinion. She wasn't qualified.
I mean, our
Baker
top
Tilly said
candidate-
she was.
Every
Mayor, I
person on
think
that list had a degree. Only one person had a bachelor's. Kathy had no degree. Everybody else had a master's.
That is not true.
My point,
It's true. I
Larry,
looked at it
was
today.
that it wasn't opened up. Anyone that has read this didn't apply, because when you read this, if you don't know the legal language of the city, that should means it's recommended, shall means it's required. Unless you've served in city government, should means it's required. So my point to the board is we're splitting hairs with should and shall. We almost didn't hire Stan Dobbins because we didn't think he had an MBA.
But you voted
He
for
had
to-
Stan Dobbins.
He had to provide proof that he had an MBA in order for us to move forward, because our attorney at the time said the same thing. It's splitting hairs, and we said, if it says should, we need to require that. So my point is that it's not just me. You want to come at me and come at Alderman Rodriguez. I don't enjoy speaking from this side of the dais, trust me, unless I'm asked to. The frustrations have boiled because it feels, as I said, and it doesn't just feel to me. It feels, it's big, it's gotten legs, right? That it feels as though it was, well, it says should, not shall, and the legal term is shall means they have to have it, so just take it out of the code. Moving forward, if you're 25 years old, you can apply to be the city administrator in the city of Branson, and you can be disqualified based on experience or lack thereof. She has an amazing resume. I told you that the very first time you ever asked me, in May or June or July or whenever it was, and my response to you was, there's nothing on her resume that says she's qualified. But I said, that's my opinion. I didn't look at code. Does she have a city MBA? Does she not? Is it required? Is it not? But as it started boiling up in the community of why the closed doors, why is this not being discussed initially? You said we're going to do public interviews, we're going to get feedback. You sort of made that announcement, And then you didn't even bring community members in, like hospital boards and people from the school district that historically, you're the mayor, you set decorum, you're not required to do anything. You can do it exactly how you guys chose to do it. And again, no laws were broken, there's no, somebody needs to go to jail. It's perception. And people's perception become their reality. It doesn't make it your reality. It doesn't make it Marshall's reality. But my perception is my reality. It's my reality. So you can say, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. Baker Tilly this and Baker Tilly that, and be mad at me and never speak to me again, and be mad at Chuck and never speak to him again. But people's reality, their perception is their reality.
Okay.
So,
Betsy,
so my point is, change the codes.
we'll
That
take-
was what
we'll
my point
consider
was
that.
to
Okay.
this.
Here's what, I'm going to end by saying this. Hold on a second. Baker Tilly is a professional firm. We paid them good money to go find us 50 applicants. They went through their process without any phone calls from Larry Milton. I can't speak for the other aldermen. Maybe they called Baker Tilly and said, you better make sure she's on this. They didn't get a call from me. I never talked to them. Okay? In my opinion, we relied on a professional firm. You are entitled to an opinion. Chuck is entitled to an opinion. I take offense when I'm being challenged personally for circumventing a process, and in my opinion, I didn't circumvent a process, but you're making it sound like I did.
Well, the consultant specifically told us not to hire that candidate, the consultant from Baker Tilly, so
They told us what?
to not hire the candidate that was hired. So you can't say we relied on the
did they
expertise
say
of
that?
Baker Tilly.
No, he's talking about that text that was in red, and Cody,
They had a concern that
Can't really.
she was a conservative and supported
they're
conservative
concerned,
presidents.
Baker Tilly's, we can't get in, I don't think we can get into this legally.
No, it's fine that you guys use what you want to make it okay, but the parts you don't want to agree
Okay, I'm
with-
going to say it. Attorney's going to shoot me for it. What Cody's referring to and what Chuck's referring to. Boy, oh boy, I'm glad this is coming out. In their reports, Baker Tilly had a report on each candidate. Kathy's report had some text in red, and Baker Tilly wanted to make it very clear that this board was aware of these negative things about Kathy Stepp. And what was written, what we were to be made aware of, she is a Trump supporter. She is a conservative. Board, you need to know that this person has a political feeling supporting the Republican Party, and before you make a decision, you need to be aware of this. Cody, am I forgetting something?
Well, I think, to frame it correctly, you're up here saying you relied on Baker Tilly, you relied on Baker Tilly. Well, that is the advice they gave. And they
Did what I
said, "Don't
just
hire
say,
this person,"
did what
and
I
you
just
ignored it,
say,
so-
was it a fair summary of what, you don't recall?
There was more
I just
stuff.
said I agree with you.
Well, there's
you
more
said you
stuff.
agree.
But you're also acknowledging you ignored their advice, so don't say.
No, I'm saying,
you
I want
followed their
everybody to
advice
know
when you
that's what
ignored
their
it.
caution to us was. That's exactly what they cautioned this board.
There was more to that in the red, but we don't want to drag it through the mud.
Mr. Mayor, is it okay if I just
No,
comment?
you have nothing to do with this. No, just kidding. Of course,
Well,
Kathy.
First of all, I certainly wasn't privy to a lot of this static that everyone here tonight and listening is witnessing. I just want to start by saying, I think for benefit of the public, I do have an extensive resume. I've got a lot of experience in public administration and in government. I've just done it on much bigger stages. The federal government stage, where I was responsible for $1 billion budget and 1,000 employees, running a state natural resources agency where I had 4,000 employees across the state and a $500 million a year budget. I've implemented Lean Six Sigma practices, systems and processes, shrunk organization sizes, and made our people more efficient and more accountable to taxpayers. So to say that just because I haven't actually run a city per se makes me not qualified for bringing my larger experience to this stage is unfair. And my goal is to earn the trust and the support of the public who invests in the city, to earn the trust and support of my staff, whom I've come to highly regard and wildly respect, and to earn the trust and the support of everybody up here, and including Betsy and her family. I'm going to work hard every day to do that. I just want a fair opportunity to make that happen. So at that, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me a few moments.
Kathy, thank you for that statement. I meant what I said when I said it wasn't personal. For me, process is important. This process has felt blurred and muddied to several people in the community, including myself. So to you, I'm amazed and impressed that you took a position with a board that's a 3-3. That's an uphill battle to begin with. So I wish you nothing but the best. I hope you are amazing for our city. We've been through a tremendous amount of controversy. We need unity. We need people brought together. We need humble. We need, as Ralph says, we need love, right? We need love. But this has been boiling and boiling and boiling. And I said, you know what? I'm done with the calls. I'm done talking about this. I'm going to go address it. I've done this before. I take the heat. I'm okay with that. I've got big shoulders as well. And hopefully everyone is listening and everyone gets the answers that they're looking for.
Thank you, Betsy. Mayor, one more thing I just wanted to clarify. You mentioned in your comments about my disallowing Alderman Rodriguez from having something placed on the agenda. That's not at all accurate, so I don't know where you got that information. What happened was Alderman Rodriguez reached out to me, asked to have this particular topic put onto the agenda, and my initial reaction is I'm happy to oblige. As uncomfortable as you can all imagine that this is for me right now, I was happy to oblige that request. And then I ran it past Jim Meadows, our city attorney, to make sure that I was following the process and understand where to put it in the agenda. And he advised me that it was not a topic that could be placed on the agenda, although I guess it may have been, right? So this was pretty effective. So I just wanted to make that clear, and I know that the alderman will back me up because I then sent him a subsequent email apologizing and enclosing the attorney's message. So I was not the obstacle in that conversation.
And Betsy,
Wonderful.
after getting that information from Jim, I responded and said, okay, Jim said it's not appropriate to take 30 minutes of a meeting we're supposed to be conducting business. So I said...
This is city business.
No, it's not. So I said, when we do our reports at the end, I was going to change the decorum so we could all discuss our reports tonight. And so when Chuck wanted to bring this up, we would have the opportunity to openly discuss it, but it would be at the end of the meeting. So it wasn't being circumvented. I want Chuck to talk. I want everybody to share their opinions.
Thank you. The arrogance of this isn't city business is rude to say the least and disrespectful. And that's okay, because I know for you, you're directing it at me, and you have no sort of idea of the community bubbling up. So I appreciate, Kathy, you being respectful, telling us a little bit more about you, where you came from, what you've done, what you want to bring to the city. I'm just amazed that, again, someone kind of disagrees, and it's claws out.
Betsy, can you understand
And
why
so-
we'd want to put this at the end of the meeting? Because there's people here that are on the agenda that want to talk.
All I had to do was speak. I was walking out the door, Mayor.
Okay, I apologize. It was Chuck that asked to discuss it, so I apologize. Thank
Larry,
you.
yeah, so let's just be clear. Yeah, there are I'm speaking to the citizens right now. Yeah, there are detractors against this group that won. Obviously, that's true. But Betsy is leading a lot of this against Kathy. It's part of the reason we wanted to expedite the process because of this campaign that had gone on. She talks about love. Folks, Betsy and her husband were people that were strong.
Marshall.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I have to say this. I'll wrap it up. But this is a personal vendetta against the mayor. It's nothing more than that. So we talk about text messages and private conversations. If we're going to be putting that out in public, that's what's been told to me, is there's a personal vendetta against the mayor that is being led. It's absolutely disgusting.
Is there a text message?
No, it was
I
said
mean,
in
that's-
person, yeah.
That's
gaslighting.
complete gaslighting, because
Oh, it
that's
is?
100% Larry.
Larry's agenda,
Has just been.
Larry getting elected, yeah. That's exactly what you said to me, so, okay. Just want the citizens to know.
Isn't this great?
Wow.
Anybody else before we move on to our city business? Ruth?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since I was brought up, yes, I have 27-plus years that I worked at city and county level. 4 years, I served as the HR director for Taney County. I took these interviews personally. I wanted to make sure that I gave people, I wanted to listen to every single video, which I did a few times, because we got video interviews that we were able to look at. For these last 10 that were chosen, one person dropped out. Kathy remained the highest rated person. Whenever the board got together, we narrowed it down to 2 people. I think maybe I was the only one that took the time to look at the other person that the other 3 aldermen wanted. I went to their city site. I went to their council meetings. I'm very experienced when it comes to city and county and HR. It took me back to about 1990 for the city of Branson. They have 1 event per year where this person served as city administrator, probably a good city administrator for that town. Well, yes. And they only had 1 major event per year, and there wasn't even, they had like a Dollar General and a tiny little grocery store. People had to commute to even go grocery shopping. It didn't fit. It didn't fit at all. I took the time to go and do my own research. So the way I voted was based upon my deep research. I had the opportunity to work with Kathy for 1.5 years on planning and zoning as well. If anybody took the time to go back and look at some of those videos to see how she participated in the meetings and how very qualified she is. So I'm being extremely transparent, and I'm very proud of it. When I vote on something, I intentionally vote on something. So I did take the time and I did look, and Kathy is very, very qualified for this position, and I'm just responding to what you said. I don't want to argument or anything.
Thank you for that. Again, without the sort of public input, without the public interviews, without that information, nobody on sort of this side of the equation had any knowledge of how this went down, except it was going and then it was done. So thank you for sharing. I think more sharing during the process would have been helpful. I'm not saying that's your fault. I'm not saying that's the mayor's fault. I'm saying, again, the process as a whole could be changed. So, or not. Thank you for sharing that you did all that work, Ruth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, our next speaker is Gary Groman.
Gary, this better have something to do with city business. I can tell you that right now.
His address is 350 South Wywood Drive, speaking on why marketing our way.
The last one did. I think the city administrator is pretty important. And I, for one, appreciate the process you went through. The good news for me is I had 4 pages of what I was going to talk about, and I left home and left 2 of them at home. So if I could say something, but I did manage to get something. I'm going to read this to you. If I told you that a candidate, and this isn't anything I prepared for, this is on the fly, so. If I told you that a candidate, quote, should have a master's degree in business or public administration or in a related field, would that seem to indicate that you could have either one of those three? And I sat back and I'm listening to this tripe. Does anybody with half an ounce of brains really believe that your city attorney and the firm that you hired would have made recommendations for somebody that wasn't qualified, or your city attorney would let you hire somebody that wasn't qualified? I'm embarrassed. Whatever the process was, you went through the process, you hired an administrator, give her a chance for Pete's sake. Golly. Now I'll get to, back to my original stuff. When it comes to the marketing of Branson and Taney County, of the $33 million that have been spent in marketing over the last 3 years, Branson and Taney County contribute 88% of those funds. That means Silver Dollar City, Indian Point, and Stone County contribute 12%. Yet the division on the TCED is about 42%. And I'm going from the pages I don't have. But when the contractor was up here talking about the Ozark Mountain Christmas and why they didn't comply with that, and when they responded to Alderman Marshall and Alderman Cooper's concerns about the fact that the marketing wasn't including the intangibles that bring a lot of people to us, faith, flag, and the family, the responses that we got just don't seem cohesive with us being able to get a proportionate share of influence into the marketing that we're paying the majority of the share for. That being the case, I believe that all efforts, now I'm back to the pages I have, I believe that the majority of all efforts to impact the way Branson is being marketed should be directed in the extremely short term to changing the way the Marketing Oversight Committee is appointed, and in the long term, the composition of the TCED itself. Marketing Oversight Committee is the committee that the contractor said they had to follow. They had nothing to, the committee didn't realize what your resolution meant, and that they follow the advice of the committee for the creative. Well, if the MOC is the one that has all the responsibility and all the contractor does is fulfill that responsibility, then we ought to have some input to the MOC. And what I suggest is immediately set in motion a process with the TCED so that the appointments to the MOC are made by the governing entities of the district in proportion to the taxes collected in each, rather than the TCED board. The TCED board appoints the Marketing Oversight Committee. Well, if we're paying most of it, why don't we appoint them? We can appoint the directors of the TCED, but we can't appoint the MOC. It doesn't make any sense at all. And that way, you would have direct input. If you had a problem with them, then you talk to the members that you've appointed to the MOC. Just like now, if you have a problem with the 3 members that we appoint to the TCED, you talk to them. One such mock might consist of City of Branson 7, Village of Indian Point 2, Taney County 1, Stone County 1, and that's directly proportional to the taxes that are paid for marketing. And I would suggest that take whatever steps are necessary to ensure these changes are made for the 2023 marketing season, because as we sit here right now, they're planning. Now, probably not too much because you got Thanksgiving and holidays coming up, but just, what did they tell you? They couldn't comply with yours.
30 seconds.
Pardon?
30 seconds.
Oh, 30 seconds, whoops. That's it, I can't do it in 30 seconds. Well, work through our lobbyists and elected representative sites to get the TCED rule changed. I have specific language for it I've worked on, but I can't share it because they'd accuse me of practicing law or something, or trying to practice law. But it's a relatively simple procedure. They change one subparagraph. and then substitute this other paragraph in. They wouldn't have to change all the legislation. That's more long-term, but the MOC can be done now, and if you wait now, we'll be having the same discussion next year.
Thank you, Gary.
Our next speaker is Bobby Wydeen, 120 Coyle Road, Branson, Missouri, letter to mayor.
Got a shorty here, I gotta pull this down. October is Head Start Awareness Month, and that's where I am employed. As a result, I, as the family advocate and director, and the Children Studying Community Helpers wrote a letter to the mayor, Larry Milton, to visit the Branson Head Start. I did drop the letter off here at the administration office. I only assume you got it. But, and that was the last week in September, so it's just about a month ago. But I never heard from you. So I didn't know if you ever wanted to come visit our center and see the children and maybe read a story. So that just made me a little sad, so I'm hoping at some point you still have that letter. All my contact information is on there, and you would like to come visit the center.
Bobby, I'll tell you, I visit a lot of places, and I get to read to children, and I get to talk to them, and I welcome veterans. So I do that often because I truly enjoy doing it. When I saw you come up, I knew that one slipped through the cracks. I'm going to take ownership. I do recall seeing it. I'll tell you, it slipped through the cracks. It is nothing personal. I love children. I admire the Head Start program. So if you would invite me again, I promise I'll be there.
I will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is W. Alex McCauley, 200 Box Elder Lane, Forsyth, Missouri, speaking on application of simple local solutions for large problems.
Hello. I just want to say thank you very much for doing such a good job for Branson. My physical address is in Forsyth, but I do most of my business here in Branson. I just want to say, one, that when you're over the target, you start catching flack. So that's to be expected. Now, last time I actually talked about mechanism for responding to local businesses infringing on right to life, AKA if I were to make something dangerous to someone else, you guys would have the authority, if I were registered under Branson licensing, to terminate my license. Over the last 2 years, we've had a business administering toxic substances to unknowing customers. With this, it's the medical establishment in Branson. Remdesivir destroys kidneys. The shots have been clogging veins and arteries and causing heart problems. Just 1 minute. I'm just going to, what we need to do is we don't need to shut down the hospitals, but we need to send a representative to say, if they do not return the product, that their business license will be terminated temporarily. That's all I had to say.
Thank you for sharing.
That's all of our speakers.
Okay, let's move on to the consent agenda. Is there any members in the audience have any items on the consent agenda they'd like to see pulled down for further discussion? Any members of the board? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, would you please read the consent agenda?
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Approval of the Board of Aldermen minutes for the October 6, 2022 joint meeting, October 10, 2022 special meeting, October 11, 2022 joint meeting, and October 11, 2022 regular meeting. Acknowledge receipt of Planning Commission minutes for the August 2nd, 2022 regular meeting. Acknowledgement of disbursements for the September 23rd, 2022 through October 13th, 2022. Final reading of Bill Number 6205, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Uplink LLC for the replacement of the existing fire alarm and voice evacuation system with a non-proprietary fire alarm system, replacing all existing devices, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6206, an ordinance approving the amendment and renewal of a services contract with Snell Grove Outdoor Services LLC for mowing and weed eating, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6207, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Specialty Air Conditioning Services Incorporated for HVAC maintenance and repair services of city building, and authorize the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6208, an ordinance approving the contract with Flender Corporation for the purchase of the Cooper Creek Aerator gearbox, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill Number 6209, an ordinance approving the renewal of the contract with Finity Chemical LLC for the purchase of operational chemicals used in the city's wastewater treatment process, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda. The floor is open for a motion approving all items on the consent agenda.
So we have a motion accepting the consent. We have a motion. Will you second? We have a motion accepting the consent agenda. Please vote.
That motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, Lisa. Did you mention at the beginning of the meeting that there was a request to amend the order of the agenda?
We had a request for item number 15 to be moved to the front of the agenda as in front of item 9. That would take a motion of the board to amend the agenda.
Okay, so there's been a request to move item 15 to the front of the agenda, and I'll need a motion and a second from the board if we're going to do that.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Lisa?
Benton?
Yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
Your item, Your Honor, your next item is a presentation by Sam Weisen on the Branson Convention Center 2022 year-to-date recap.
Good evening. Thank you for the time to give you a recap. My name is Sam Wazan. I'm the general manager of the Branson Convention Center. And on behalf of ASM Global, the company that manages the facility for the city of Branson, I want to thank you for a warm welcome again. We give quarterly reports, and this is the third quarter report. And I had said in past meetings that I might come up here and give you some bad news, and this is not one of those times. So hey, I'm glad to give you some holiday cheer to kick off the Christmas season. I'm going to recap a little bit about ASM Global, then I'm going to roll right into the year-to-date recap, and third quarter is included in that, and then capital projects update. I think last meeting that I gave a presentation, we talked a little bit about that, and so I want to give you updates on that, and then have a really good discussion about the convention center. So Chad, next.
Sure, I can do that for you, or you've got the remote there.
I got it right here. Well, let's do it right here.
Either way. Other button. There you go.
Thank you. Who is ASM Global? Well, we're the world's largest private management firm that contracts with municipally owned venues to operate book and all facets of the operation as well. We are partners with the City of Branson and have been since 2014 to manage all aspects of the convention center operations. And our mission is to focus and enhance the citywide economic impact through efficient, safe operations of one of Branson's largest assets. This is just a little world map of all of the ASM Global venues, and as you can see, we have 87 convention centers, and by the time this was submitted, we actually have 90 now worldwide. The world's largest convention centers under our management, as well as the U.S.'s largest convention center in Chicago. That's the McCormick Center, and everything in between. So that's a nice little map there. Now, you may have seen this picture before. You may have attended this event. This was the white tie that the Chamber put on. It was a very beautiful event that we had last December at the Convention Center. I believe it was 600 people, and everyone really enjoyed themselves. It was a first-class event. Savor, our food and beverage arm of ASM Global, did a fantastic job and continues to do that. The team is doing a great job out there within some very difficult times for food and beverage cost of goods, if you will. Here's a 22 January through September recap. In the next slide, I'm going to give you the third quarter recap and just some highlights, July through September. And this was a very prestigious award that we were just awarded 2 weeks ago. And this is the Convention South Magazine's Reader's Choice Award. Now, Convention South Magazine is our industry magazine that is in the Southeast to Midwest region and talks everything conventions, meetings, and centers as well. There were only 415 winners out of 4,000, so you can about imagine the competitive nature of this. So 8,000 fans and readers voted, and Branson came out on top in the Midwest. So congratulations to the team out there. They are doing a fantastic job. You may have thrown a couple of bags at the cornhole competition recently, but we had the World Cornhole Tournament right here in Branson, the Worlds, and that was broadcast, as you can about imagine, throughout the world from the center. And so we use streaming capabilities. Thank you to our liaison with Chad and all of our nice data planning and tech planning. We were able to do that uninterrupted, and they had they exceeded their attendance numbers. We had 10,000 people on Flow, and they reached 1 million viewers. So that's quite a bit of impressions that we had. One of, if not the largest event that comes twice a year is Women of Joy. And that is put on by Phil Waltrip Ministries. And I tell you, if you haven't been to one of the Women of Joy events, you should definitely attend. We have 4,000 ladies that come twice a year, like I said, and you can see there that was a little bit of media coverage that we had, and everybody's really singing the praises, if you will, of Branson as well as the Lord. We had also our annual pickleball tournament. Thank you for the local community support on that. We had 2,500 people for the pickleball tournament, and then some of the local associations, I say local, it's statewide. The House Republican Committee Conference was in-house, as well as the Missouri Plant Managers Association. And we had the Epsilon Sigma Phi Fraternity National Convention right here in Branson. That's 1,300 people that have never been here before. That is incredible. So they're doing a lot of good things here. Just to get right into the numbers for the year-to-date recap, I want to review some of this because this is really where the good news comes from. If we look at the first set of numbers here, the 22 actual year-to-date numbers for adjusted gross income and indirect expenses, as well as the bottom line, compared to what we thought we would do, submitted last August of last year for the budget, we are at a $53,000 deficit versus what we thought we would be at, a $121,000 deficit. But Look at what last year, same time last year was. It was $336,000 of a deficit. That is a huge swing, huge. And a lot of that is due to the hard work of the staff, of course, but also not just sales, but operations, because if you don't operate correctly and you don't have good customer service, they're not coming back. And so we want that to always be a recurring thing. So what you're looking at is the bottom line was better than we said it would be, or thought it would be. The crystal ball said we were $68,000 better than that. If you look at previous year to date, to 21, we're almost $300,000 better. And even better than that, the revenue, we're $704,000 higher in revenue versus where we thought we would be submitted budget. So we're tracking very well. Now, the expenses do get higher because you have more events. So we have to execute more. The utilities are on more. You name it. So this is all good news here. So I mentioned before governmental accounting versus performance accounting. And what does that mean? Well, governmental accounting, here, the marketing incentives that go to help underwrite business to bring them to Branson and close a deal. No different than any economic impact or economic development arm would do, is counted in the revenue and the expense. But in performance accounting, it is not counted in the expense because that is more of a true reflection of where your cash flow is going. It's not necessarily an expense, it's a pass-through. So if we would account for this like a normal, business would out in the community, then we're making money. Unheard of for a convention center to make money. So if we were to account for it just a little differently and look at it differently, it would reflect what the true cash flow would be, which is $264,000 year to date to the good. That is profit. Outstanding. $317,000 of that was utilized in the marketing fund to help close deals and get business to Branson. That's where the rubber meets the road, right there. And that's the success story. The previous meeting, we had a discussion about, hey, let's look at some bottom line comparisons. And I think Alderman Howden brought that up. And Alderman, I took that to heart and I did some research and I produced this slide here. And just to look at it real quick. So ASM Global took over in 2015. It was about fourth quarter 2014, right up in there somewhere. So pre-ASM Global, I went back to 2010. You're looking at the bottom line deficit comparison here. So 778,000 of a bottom line negative was in 2010. And I want you to look at the trend here. We have a good 11-year trend now. And this 11-year trend goes all the way down to 2019 of $31,000. That's incredible. Now that's utilizing the governmental accounting side. That's not even the performance accounting. I took out the tornado year and the COVID year because those are outliers in our industry. Things happen. Big significant events like this will skew your numbers. So I didn't want that to happen. So I took them both out. And if you look at the averages, ASM Global is running almost $600,000 better than when the building first opened. And look, it's not easy to do this. It's not easy to operate these buildings. They're living organisms. They have to be, there's a lot of care and feeding, if you will. And so the progression has gotten significant. And once again, it is the staff, the team out there that has done a great job. And this graph represents what we just said. The line, the black line that goes up and down is where we took over here. So that is a huge difference and significant. That saves taxpayer dollars because the deficit comes out of the general fund. And while we have a tremendous amount of economic impact, and I'm going to show you that in a little bit, it's millions. It's a drop in the bucket compared to what comes out of the general fund. However, We always want to have a good mix of events, focusing on economic impact, but yet not letting the deficit go wild. Never want to do that. Here's some of our customer survey scores for year-to-date 22. You can see we're in the 90 percentile here, which is really, really good. That's an A, even back in the day before the grading scale changed on some of us. So this is the economic impact. This is as important as the previous two slides that I just showed you. This is not my calculation. This is the Destinations International calculator utilized by the Chamber, which is also utilized by about 80% of the tourism bureaus and cities to calculate economic impact. And there's a lot of calculations that go into this. But right now, and we're not even done with the year, we're at $47 million of economic impact because this convention center exists. If it didn't exist, that would not exist. So what you're looking at is a $53,000 on the left side, $53,000 deficit. I take that out of my $47,000 economic impact. And gosh, if that was a stock, we'd all probably be at home watching somebody else on YouTube. This is an 861,000% gain. That's incredible. This is how it's all calculated. And I'm not going to go into a lot of that, but basically it's overnight visitors, and it does not count the local visitors. It counts overnights times industry standard spends, and different markets have different spends for multipliers. If you're, as an example, if you're one of the casino markets like Las Vegas, you have a 4-time, sometimes 5-time economic impact. And then other markets are 2 to 3. So keep that in mind whenever, we're calculating these things. Really, we're taking into consideration these are legitimate overnight visitors. So this was a slide that I put up last time I was here, and I wanted to bring it back up because I just think it's kind of cool. And this was presented to us by Wisdom. It's a data analytics company that tracks cell phone IDs. And you may think that that's a lot of Big Brother stuff, and it is, but it's to our benefit. We want to know where our convention delegates go after the convention center meeting's closed. And this shows you exactly where they go. And you can see they go to the landing. Our partners out there reaping rewards just like 76. Look at the heat map for 76. Look at all of the other outlying areas. This is what our visitors are doing after the meeting. And I find this information very intriguing. And I have the ability to utilize this information in a program that I will be announcing very soon for theaters. This is our update of our capital improvements going on at the convention center. And the convention center is, like I said, it needs a lot of care and feeding. We have a lot of projects going on right now. Last meeting, I came here and I showed you some of the estimated cost. We updated those costs, and the updated costs are significantly less than the original estimate, which is unheard of. Normally it's going to go up. But we found certain vendors and certain ways, different ways to do things. And that's the creativity that saves the city money. And that's what we love to see. And so the original estimate was $359,000. The updated is $278,000. So we're very proud of that. Here's some of our items that have been tagged as completed and in progress. The audio system replacement has been completed. We originally said that was $43,000. It turned out to be $41,000. That's great. Data server replacement, that is on target for fourth quarter, so that's in progress. Security camera upgrade, that's completed. We thought it'd be 93, it was 87. And if you walked across the Sky Bridge, you noticed that it is really pretty. What we did was really had to dive deep into resurfacing and repainting the Sky Bridge. Now, originally we thought this one would be $2,000. It turned out to be $11,500, so that one was higher. And the reason for that was because of the priming needed, lifts, you name it, over the street. Here's another good one. The stairs in the stairwell of the parking garage, completed, finally. We thought it'd be 35, it ended up being 32. That was pretty close, and it looks great. We're in progress right now with Keith and his team to look at the connection of the Sky Bridge to the parking garage. It is surface rust, so we're in the process of getting that cosmetically repaired. Once again, the stairwell fencing, we thought we would have to sandblast this. That picture on the left, thank goodness we didn't have to. We had a contractor come in and utilized a special mixture of coating, and it went from $65,000 down to $9,000. Yes, love that. I told you that we might have a little discussion about something that is very important to us, and that is we are starting to run out of dates. We're starting to run out of space. And I want to let you know that I dove pretty deep into these details because you can't take this kind of thing lightly. We have been turning away more business because of lack of available dates than we have been booking. Now, that's a strong statement to say whenever we are trying to reduce the deficit and increase the economic impact. So how can we grow the pie? You can't cut it up anymore. We need to grow the pie. This is what I found. And understand that we do recommend that a third party look at this as far as a feasibility study, but this is what we have seen as industry experts. Anytime you're at 70% occupancy level in a convention center, and 70%, you may say, well, heck, you still have a little bit to go. No, you don't, because of turnover days. You need time in between to turn over, clean, and then reset. It's not like a hotel room where you get 2 hours of cleaning and you can resell it again. That's not how we operate. So right now, when we did the research, we're at 75% occupancy up to the peak demand of 90%. 90% means exactly like this month, we have 31 days in October and I have 42 event days. How does that happen? We have 2 and 3 events in one day. So that's how we get to the 90%. It is incredibly busy, and we're blessed to have that. A lot of cities do not have that. So when I looked at the lost business, and I did this with the chamber as well, the number of conventions that we can put our thumb on that we lost because the convention center needs to be expanded is 26. We estimate that event profile, if you will, to be $26 million of lost economic impact due to its size currently. When we look at the potential pond to fish in for new events, we came up with a very hefty list of 100 to 200 potential clients that we can bring to Branson that have never come here because they couldn't come here. Size restrictions, state restrictions because of size. So we have identified those in a prospect list. So the total economic impact gain, theoretically, if we expanded this center, would be $60 million. That is just crazy to say, but the truth is the building is turning away business, and that is not something we want to do. This is just a thought process. Now, the convention center was built with expansion in mind. It was also built with the potential for another hotel to be in the mix, another price point, another offering. This is the south side of the building, and the south side of the building, it was built to expand into the parking lot, and you can see here the expansion box in blue, and with additional parking, which is called split rail park here. This is just a conceptual thought about how could we do this if we wanted to do this. So currently, we're almost at 50,000 square feet of exhibit hall space, 14 meeting rooms, and a ballroom of 22,000. The idea was to expand to almost 100,000 of exhibit hall, have 21 total meeting rooms, and have another 30,000 square foot ballroom. This would give us the opportunity to have 3 and 4 events at one time. And that's what normal convention centers of a larger size can do, and they're capable of doing. And boy, those expenses go down when you have 4 events in the house because everybody's here working and the AC's on and the heat is on already. So, you know, it's one of those things that it makes you more money when you get more events at one time. So it's just a discussion, and I wanted to bring it to your attention because it was asked, you know, should we expand the convention center? Is there a need to do so? The answer is yes. However, I do believe that a study needs to be done to validate that. That's what I have for tonight. Definitely have open for questions, and I once again completely and humbly thank you for your support the entire way, because this is not an easy operation. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of challenges that come along the way, especially with the economy and other things.
Kathy, would you gather some information to present to the board regarding the feasibility study? Give us an idea what the cost would be, what's involved with that. Because I do think that's something that we should at least gather some information on to make educated decision. Any board member have any input on that? Marshall?
Go ahead. Just real quick, Sam. First off, thank you for including that slide on it shows. I mean, I think all of us think that's incredible.
Thank you for asking that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It shows us where we've been and how good you guys have done, but also how good the convention center just is doing on a trajectory, you know, in and of itself. You said like another hotel with a different price point. You talking like luxury, higher price point, or more affordable? What are we?
More affordable.
Got it.
Yes.
Sam, obviously, I mean, you do a great job down there, and the whole team does a great job. The chart you showed where when you guys took over and the 11-year trend there, who was operating this before your firm took it over?
Of course, that was before my time. That was, I believe it was the Hilton.
Oh, okay.
Yep. HCW properties.
Well, I mean, you guys took over in 2015. I mean,
Yes.
the numbers don't lie if you look at where it was in 10 and then 11, 13, and 14. And then in the first year that y'all took it over, I mean, that's what is that, a $750,000 difference or something like that, 850? That's 14 to 15, that's incredible.
A lot of the expenses were brought in line.
Yeah. Also, I mean, I'd be very anxious to see this study for the expansion. I mean, if we're really losing out on that kind of economical impact, that's something we should investigate for sure. So thank you for bringing that up.
Absolutely.
And just so everybody's clear, when Sam uses the term economic impact, we could gain $60 million economic impact. What that's saying is that could be $60 million that visitors will spend in the Branson businesses, right? Staying in lodging, going to restaurants, going to attractions. That's the amount of money that visitor would be spending in our area businesses. So when he throws these numbers around, it just doesn't impact the convention center. It just doesn't impact tax revenue or how much the city contributes. This affects our businesses, right, which is the backbone, which is the more successful the businesses are, then the more tax that's generated. Bless you.
Bless you.
A couple things. I'm very intrigued with the possibility of expanding, and we should look into that. Ben's not here, but.
He's here.
Hi, Ben. Need to generate $100 million or something for a convention center. Don't need any information until the next meeting. Sam, to even start exploring an expansion, your contract with the city to manage our convention center comes up for renewal this coming year.
That is correct.
It feels like you're dialed in on this thing. Your team is dialed in, the marketing's dialed in. And I don't know how this board would feel about having some discussions.
I think I know what you're going to
You're reading my mind?
Yeah.
That's a scary place to be. But I'm wondering if this board wouldn't have an appetite to discuss renewing your contract so there isn't, we don't want to skip in the beat here.
Right. You don't want to create a bubble in this pipeline. This is a successful pipeline. A transition away from the current group would create a significant bubble. And yes, absolutely it would be a serious issue, setback.
I mean, I'd hate to invest tens of millions of dollars and then them not be there. I'd sure like to secure them for many more years before we invested any kind of money on expanding.
And can I just reinforce that real quick? Sam, you just had the Branson car auction.
Yes, we did. Over 250 vehicles, which was a record, and Jim Cox did a great job. I can't thank him enough.
Yeah.
Is Jim happy?
Jim is very happy.
Fantastic.
Absolutely, absolutely.
The reason I ask that is because it's not just about the numbers. When we had the discussion about management, he stood right where you're standing right now and said it's just not working out. And so not only are we on a better plane as far as numbers, but as far as, serving the people that are using your facility, I mean, it's just night and day. So, yeah.
Jim sold my Corvette there, so I'm very pleased with Jim, too.
Absolutely. A renewal is a simple task, and let me tell you why. Because the original agreement back in 2019 had 2 5-year renewals in it already. So I believe back then in 2019, that original agreement, when that was approved, that gives legally any city really legally just a renewal option in a simple, hey, yeah, we want to do that. And of course, the board oversight would vote on that. But it does give a lot more flexibility to you and to the board to do what you need to do very quickly, because it's already in the agreement that was agreed upon and ratified. So it's nothing more than exercising a right to renew within the existing agreement.
Mayor?
Yes.
I've heard loud and clear how pleased the board is, as am I, with your performance, Sam.
Thank you.
And you and I haven't had a chance to have our sit-down yet. Is it tomorrow?
It's
I think?
tomorrow.
Okay, so I would love to talk with you more about this. Out of respect for process, as Lisa's constantly reminding me of, so she's my backbone on process. I just want to be mindful that, we hear what the celebration is of the successes here, but we want to be very respectful of contract processes as we go through and make sure that we follow those accordingly. But I've heard you loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, and all I was going to ask was if you would maybe get with legal, get with Ben, look at the contract, and make a recommendation to the board of, give us some input.
We're happy to do that. Thank you.
And we want to make sure that we are able to contractually obligate past that term, because we are constantly every day trying to secure conventions 3, 4, 5 years out. So we want to make sure that, that's all our synergy keeps going. So, and I do thank you. It is, the support of the board has been very significant. And I want to thank the team publicly for doing what they're doing, because they're doing a lot with a lot less. And once again, just thank you for your support.
Well, yeah, and just the board, and I know the board knows this, but as we're looking at those numbers of those losses come directly from our general fund. When it says minus $1 million, we wrote $1 million from our general fund versus 31,000 in 19, 126,000 in 21. Huge, huge swings. We have more important things to do with our funds than to supplement your operation, I can tell you that.
Sam, I got a question for you.
Yes,
How much,
sir.
how much money do you get for the city for marketing?
$500,000 annually, and previously, that was utilized to buy ads. And there's a point of diminishing returns when you buy too many ads. And, you know, Branson's a great location, it's a destination itself. What our meeting planners wanted to really understand is how can we get a deal done? And so it's no different than incentivizing, like any other city does in the United States, to incentivize conventions to come into their city for the economic impact reasons. And so that's what we were able to do with this fund. We created that as a war chest, or it was there, but we went ahead and creatively said, how can we utilize this fund to increase our business besides just branding Branson, which they already wanted to come, but maybe couldn't, you know, get the business terms right. So that's where we met them. Where the rubber meets the road is in the deal. And we were able to utilize that as a war chest. And the cities that have this type of latitude, flexibility, and benefit are the ones who win. And Branson's winning right now because of it.
You're talking about oversaturating as far as marketing goes. What happens if you don't spend all that money? Where does it go?
So any money that is not spent in this $500,000 annual fund is not rolled over. It is sent to the chamber because it is a portion of the hotel motel tax. But it is carved out by legislation for utilizing in marketing of the convention center.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Sam, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we're going to take a short recess.
Call it back to order yet. We don't have, now we have a quorum.
I call the meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, we're starting now at the top of the agenda.
Item number 9. Your Honor, this is a public hearing on the proposed increase in water and sewer rates for the city of Branson.
And we'll get a staff report from Kendall.
So just for formality and our requirements, we are opening a public hearing at this moment.
Yeah, so
Take public comments.
so we'll now take public comments. Anyone, so we're opening up a public comment. We'll get a report, staff report from Kendall, and then we'll open it up
No, it's open
for
now.
discussion. Okay. Kendall, what you got?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
What say you?
Members of the board. I've got a presentation for you and the public here for our 2023 water and sewer rates. Back the other way. So I've got a quick slide here just to highlight how much utility infrastructure we maintain, everything from our water production to our water distribution, sewer collection lines, and receiving treatment facilities. And I've got slides on our tourism capital. So this is our water capitals. As you can see, in 2023, we're proposing $8 million in tourism capital. And then for sewer capitals for 2023, we're proposing $4.8 million. Again, I have these in here just to highlight the tourism dollars that are working for the citizens of Branson. So these dollars help keep the water and sewer rates at a lower level. And then we also, another thing that affects our rates is our smaller capital items that are funded by rates. And so I've got our water listed here. And again, I've got our 5-year projected plan for water capital. And then our sewer capitals are quite a bit more. So we've got 2 slides. Again, a 5-year outlook for those. Another thing I want to highlight is our personnel. So rates goes towards our operations and maintenance, which includes funding our personnel. This is one of our most valuable resources. And with over the past 10 years, my experience is attracting folks to this industry has been dwindling. And hopefully with the salary study that HR has been conducting, that will help us be more competitive out there in the area and attract folks to our utility. So this is a snapshot of what we're projecting for water revenues and expenses for 2023. I'd like to highlight that our projected water rate revenue we're projecting to be flat from 2022 to 2023. So we're projecting 2022 to come out at almost 3.8 million in revenue, and so we kept it flat in 2023 based off of the trend that we're seeing across 2022. And then operations and maintenance expenses are going from 2022 from 3.1 million to a little over 3.6 million is what we're projecting. And then we also have salary adjustments in there and additional staff to accommodate for workload that is not being accomplished and due to staff capacity. and also due to additional regulatory requirements that we have. And then this is the sewer revenues and expenses. So for 2023, we're also figuring a flat as far as for revenues from versus 2022. And then again, the actual the operations and maintenance expenses, we are projecting 4.8 million for operation and maintenance. And again, salary adjustments and additional staff. So water rates, what that all comes to is in 2023, we're figuring a 12% water rate increase. And what that'll leave us with approximately a 44% reserve. So we are using our available cash to help soften the rate increase as well for the water side. And then as you look in the bottom of the chart, and I've got additional charts in other slides here, but it shows the difference in the base rate, the monthly base rate for the water side from 2022 to 2023. So for example, a residential or size meter, 3/4 inch, would go from a $10.51 base rate to $11.77 base rate. And then the residential water rate per 1,000 gallons would go from $2.69 per 1,000 gallons to $3.02 per 1,000 gallons. And on the commercial side, the water rate increase would go from $4.01 to $4.49 per 1,000 gallons. And on the sewer, we're requesting a 10% rate increase. That would put us at 62% reserve. And again, we're starting to draw down that cash, that available cash from those years that we've had. And again, keep in mind that in 2020 and 2021, we postponed capital. So our rates, our revenues, our reserves started to elevate because we postponed due to the uncertainty of COVID. We did not know where that was going to go, so that halted. And again, we picked that up, our capital's back up in 2022. Again, trying to soften it by spread those out, but still make up some ground. Again, so 2022, we've been working hard at getting our capital caught up, and 2023 is one of those years that we've spread some items to, and again, those we're utilizing those reserves to help fund those postponed capital. If you look at the same example, a 3/4 inch base rate for sewer in 2022 was $8.59. In 2023, it would elevate to $9.45. And then your residential sewer rate per 1,000 gallons would go from $2.72 to $2.99. And then on the commercial side, it'd go from $5.26 to $5.79. So I've got some charts here that illustrate the 2022 through 2027 of what we are projecting for base rate increases and uses increases. And then same with the sewer. To give you some comparisons or some examples of water and sewer usage. So if you looked at a residential 3/4 inch meter and say they used 5,000 gallons a month, they would be looking at a combined difference per month on water sewer of $4.53 increase from 2022 to 2023. And on the commercial side, with a 2-inch water meter, using an estimated 100,000 gallons per month, that combined difference would be going to, from 2022 to 2023, would be $149.64. So every year we do our own water and sewer rate study. So we reach out to approximately 100 other cities, and we compare ourselves with our water sewer rates to those other entities. So for the most part, if you look at the local area residential water rates, we're fairly low in the list in itself for the highlighted in yellow there on the upper left chart. And then on the commercial, we're more towards the middle to the upper range on the water rates itself. And then if you compare ourselves to other utilities that use surface water treatment and also biological wastewater treatment, we're at the low end of the list. So you've got to compare apples to apples. Some cities serve their customers with well water, which takes less to treat and is more cost effective. However, it's not very sustainable for the environment. So several years ago, back in the 90s, the city chose to pursue surface water drinking plant options, and they constructed the Meadows Water Treatment Plant, which draws water out of Lake Titicaca. It takes more cost to operate that. However, when we put that plant online, we started seeing the water table start to rise. So that actually benefited the community in itself, and plus set us up for a good sustainable water source for the city of Branson. Right now, as you know, if you look into the west, they're struggling with water. There's a big movement in the southwest to capture those water in the area, in those reservoirs that we have, like Table Rock, Stockton, and Pomme de Terre. And again, we draw out of Lake Titicaca right now. So this would be the local area residential sewer rates. You can see we're at the bottom in the left chart there. And if you look at the commercial, we're kind of in the middle to upper range. One of the questions previous boards have asked is, what about comparing ourselves to other cities with tourism that also have some sort of special tax or tourism tax like what we do? So we put together this water rate comparison to other cities that are kind of tourism-based but also have special taxes. So if you see on the left, the residential, we're still falling towards the bottom of the list as far as our rates. And if you look on the commercial, we're still in that middle range. So we're pretty consistent across the board there. If you look at the residential sewer side, we're, again, compared to those other cities with some tourism and special taxes, we're at the low end. And then on the commercial side, we're more on the middle to the upper. So I've got a slide here for questions. So any questions?
Good, Marshall.
You know, we've been through a few weeks of seeing where we're at and where we need to be. I think all of these slides showing that we're on the low end of sewer rates is something to be celebrated, right? Now, there's probably a reason why that is, because we've kept them low for a long time. I just want us to maintain that balance whereas we may have to raise them for a time to make sure that we can, you know, do the capital projects that we need. Let's not use this as a thing, say, you know, we're so low and we can kind of be commensurate with these other. Let's say we're so low and let's celebrate that. And if for a time we have to tick up a little bit to get our coffers in order, then that's great. But then hopefully we can get right back down to where we continue to be one of the lowest. Because that's what's so great about Branson and what people want is low rates, limited government, those kind of things. So let's celebrate that while understanding that we have a necessity for a time to maybe increase them a bit. But just something that should be lauded, you know, so.
Yep, certainly appreciate that.
I'm struggling. Would you go back to the slide on the water rates? There There you go. I'm torn with, and I understand when I hear what our expenses are, just our operating expenses, for chemicals, for all the expenses. Inflation's not just a throw-around word, it's a real effect.
Yes.
And so the business side of me says it's only logical that if the city's expenses are going up, inflation's going up, that it's understandable that our water and sewer rates would have to go up. I'm struggling for a couple of reasons on this chart. 12% increase in 23, 12% increase in 24, and it appears we're trying to target to get it back down to 2%. When I look at the deficiencies, what the shortfall is, so when I look at this chart, it's saying we want to increase the rates to our residents and businesses by 12%. And if we do that, we're still going to have a 44% reserve. When I know our plan is to have 20%, we have a self-imposed limit. We'd like to have 30% reserve for the what-ifs, and the what-ifs seem to come along every few years. I'm just for a regular house to add the water rates and the sewer rates is, based on your information, roughly $4 or $5 a month.
It'd be, an increase about a little over $4.
Yep, so $50 a year. Is there, Ben, yeah, Ben's here. We had some questions on, could we level out that percentage of increase? A 12% increase just seems like a lot at one time. So instead of having a 12% for 2 years and then shooting for a 8 and a 2% in 5 years, if that could be balanced out more. And I don't know what the calculations would take. Clearly, big believer in keeping our reserves. I'm swallowing hard. 12% is a lot, but customers hang on because in 5 years, we're going to try to get it back down to 2%. And in the meantime, having a reserve more than our self-imposed 30% limit, it's just, the dots aren't connecting in my brain. I'm hopeful and thinking that we could do better.
So the thought process here, when you start plugging numbers into the model, and we did look at that. We looked at, could we do let's say a 6% rate increase for the next 10 years? What's so hard right now is getting over this hump. We've had a couple years of postponed capital. We could postpone capital and get there, but then it's not healthy for us because we're going to end up in situations where we're going to have emergency purchases. We'll have to replace capital that's going to break down based off of our best assumptions and trends that we have with our life cycles of the components. We've already, for lack of better words, kicked the can down the road several years in a row.
Understand.
I'm talking, this is 10 years in the making, and that is, we just keep prolonging the capital replacements and prolonging the capital replacements. And so what this is going to do is help us reset and hopefully get back on track to where we can maintain a consistent percent of increase, ideally to that 2% to 3% range. But again, until we get over the hump, we've got to do something there or fund it in another direction. I've looked at the tourism dollars to spend towards small capital. However, there's not enough tourism dollars to go around based off of historical averages that to help with that. So, looking at the tourism dollars, we have roughly 13 million in proposed tourism tourism projects for next year. But again, those are a lot of those big projects that are heavy on your guys' minds. That's the 76 project. That's the neighborhood improvements where we're having all the water main breaks and leaks at. So there's a huge deficit out there that we're trying to make some ground on this.
So maybe I'm missing a part there. I'm looking at this as being operations, separating it from capital improvements.
That is correct, yeah.
So the capital improvements is a different discussion, and we have different funds and different ways to fund those. This is solely based on our revenue from water rates, what our expenses are for the maintenance and the servicing of that, providing that water.
So we have about 8.5 million in operations and maintenance expenses. That's for water sewer. That's when you combine operations and maintenance together.
8.5?
8.5, and then water and sewer capital, which would be the small capital that's funded by rates, we have roughly 2.5 million.
And that 2.5 million is included in this operational, not the capital project.
That is correct, yeah.
And because we don't have enough in the capital side to pay for that 2.5 million.
So it comes out to a total of roughly $11 million for operations and maintenance plus those small capital items that we've been funding through the rates.
I'm open for the board.
The only thing that makes me, I totally get what you're saying and agree with it. The only thing that makes me swallow it a little better is when we talked about the other water districts and what they're paying compared to what was it, like 120 to 150 bucks a month versus a $25 bill? It may not make, I'm on city water, so, a few more dollars versus I could be over there paying 6 times what I am now, so that does help me swallow that a little bit better, but, yeah, I don't know. I see what you're saying. Can you lower that number a little bit and extend it so it's not so, it's more this, yeah. But you say you've ran the numbers, Kendall, and it's just...
Yes, correct. I've ran the numbers.
I remember we were doing it on the fly the other day.
Yeah, we did it on the fly the last study session.
Yeah.
And you could see where your balance / deficiencies start elevating, and you start losing ground even more when you do that. I think we've reached that point where we've got to get over the hump, and at some point, after we get there, we set ourselves in a better position to where things will hopefully start settling down with inflation and material cost. When you're seeing chlorine jump 70 to 90%, we're seeing electricity. We had an 8% increase. We're a heavy user of electricity because of the number of pumps and equipment that we have to run. It's a significant portion of our operations and maintenance. Services are up, the goods are up.
Well, it's no different than, we all know we're paying more for everything. Broccoli, tires, gas,
Did you say broccoli?
I don't know, it was an example.
I was like, did he say broccoli?
Broccoli went up 17%?
Yeah, well,
Kendall, did you do the corporate, we talked about just for
Yeah,
business.
so I did. So last time I shared with you all that if we did a 2% water and sewer rate increase, what it would look like in order to make up the difference with this, the residential being at 2%. So commercial for water would be at 16%. Commercial for sewer would be at 15%. Marshall, I believe you'd asked, what if we did residential at 6%? What it would look like, right? So residential at 6% on both water and sewer, On commercial water, that would be 14%, and on commercial sewer, it would be 12%. So it drops, it drops the commercial down a little bit because the residential side's, picking up a little bit more of the load.
So you were asking what, if we drop the residential to 6 and then raise the commercial a little to help?
Offset it a little bit.
I hope none of the business owners just heard you ask that.
We'll keep Cody
Oh, wait,
busy
I
in
am
his
one.
new job.
Huh?
We'll keep Cody busy in his new job. Job security, man.
You're not kidding.
Still here, huh?
That was Marshall Howden, Ward 1.
So, Madam Clerk, I know we're getting close to budget time.
So,
Are we being asked to make a decision tonight on these rates?
so this is the public hearing. So this is what next meeting will look like for the code amendment. So you're having a public hearing for this document, for this amendment right here.
So is this the time to ask the public what they think?
Definitely, this is a public hearing, and it's an advertised public hearing required by code. So we're under a public hearing, and this puts it in the document that will come back.
Okay, you heard it.
Is this a public hearing?
I want the public to come
public-
share your opinions with this board. After the first one, then they'll all start coming. Oh. And I just need you to state your name and address, please.
Colton Schmidt, 141 Turtle Creek Drive, apartment B208. $4 or $5 isn't that much to me. I mean, if it was something a little bit higher, steeper than that, I might have an issue with it. But, that's not even cutting into how much I have to pay for my Netflix every month, so it's not that bad.
And it's interesting, Colton, because when I hear 12% increase, are you kidding me? 12%?
It sounds worse than $4 or $5.
Sounds
Right.
much worse than $5.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I think when you put it into that context, it's a lot easier to swallow. It's a spoonful of sugar.
But then the next year, it's another $4 or $5, right?
Right.
I know, but
And then another 4 or 5.
No, because the goal is to get it down to $2.
Well, yeah, but that's 5 years down the road.
We got to look at the future. Colton, I really appreciate you getting up. Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely.
Anybody else have thoughts? It's your money we're spending. Jerry? Nothing? You can't sit here the whole meeting.
Well, I came for the next agenda item.
Okay.
Oh.
This will be a warm-up.
2% just seems like a little unrealistic.
12%?
2%. That's not very much. And like Colton, for $5 a month for your water bill, that's not that big a deal, even if it was $5 a month for several years in a row. My problem is the irrigation meter. I spend way more on just the lawn than I do my house, so I'm not quite as affected as some people are, but I do like my $30 a month bills in the wintertime.
Yeah,
And that's a lot cheaper than what I had in a bigger city.
yeah.
So if you have to raise them, you just have to raise them. Everybody's experiencing that.
Thank you, Jerry. Anyone else have opinion? We had an open public meeting.
So if there's no other discussion on our, then we can close the public hearing. This item will be done for this evening. And I believe this is what the budget's based on. Is that correct? So this will go in front of the budget for approval next meeting, and the budget will follow.
Okay,
But
so
they need this to know how to
Yeah.
figure the budget.
So, board, I just want you to know that what they're asking for us tonight is to make this decision, because when it's presented to us at the next meeting, that's not the time to talk about why is it so high. Right?
Right. I mean, there'll be discussion on the first reading and
Yeah.
everything, but this is the time to adjust. It would help staff a lot if there's adjustment.
You have something? Nothing? Kendall, your work here is done. Appreciate you very much.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Kendall.
So with that, Your Honor, we'll close that public hearing and move on to item 10.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution of support for an affordable housing development by Ring Property Company located at Scott Boulevard, Branson, Missouri. The floor is open for a motion adopting the resolution.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll get a staff report from Jennifer Luna Thompson.
Yeah, thank
Hi,
you.
Jennifer.
Hi. Yeah, good evening. Jennifer Thompson, staff planner. So yeah, I'm here tonight to propose 2 resolutions that pertain to affordable housing. The applicant, Ring Property Company, who is here tonight, he will also give a short presentation in just a bit. But in short, they are looking for support for 2 potential apartment developments. And would also like to mention they are seeking MHDC funding, and they are currently under review with that group. And MHDC stands for Missouri Housing Development Commission. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and cover both of the resolutions requests at this time, which are items 10 and 11 on the agenda. So for the first project, it's going to be called the Donnelly Ridge, and it's located along South Scott Boulevard, east of Garges Way, and north of Frank Ray Boulevard. So you can see Highway 65 there to the east, or all the way to the west, kind of in the middle, north of the Fall Creek Road area. So this property is currently zoned mixed use. It's the property outlined in blue. So the second project site is called Fall Creek Ridge, and it's located along at the northwest corner of Fall Creek Road and South Falls Avenue, east of Highway 165. And this property is zoned HDR, which is high-density residential. So just to kind of recap, what they're proposing at both sites are 2 apartment buildings and a common building, totaling 48 housing units. These units will be offered primarily for low to moderate income residents 18 years or older of age. So both current zoning districts, the mixed use and the HDR, those are the current zoning districts, and they do allow for multifamily apartment uses. So that is all I have at this time, and I believe Mr. Ring is going to give us some more details.
Can you give me landmarks or something so I can get in my head exactly where these are? I mean, I know they're in the Fall Creek area, but
The first one looked like it was right next to the Branson Apartments, Branson. Behind the Walmart.
Yeah.
Oh, that,
You see 76.
right behind Walmart, that spot there? Okay.
There's apartments beyond Walmart, it's right next to them.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. And then the other one is?
Let's go back to that one. I don't have an address. Branson Head Start. It's South Falls and Fall Creek Road, I think it's the northwest corner, I believe. Let me look here. Correct, yes.
Yeah,
Is
that
that-
looks like Branson Head Start, right there. And the,
Oops.
killed it.
Yeah.
Turn your
That was weird.
power down. Is it that property we're talking about?
That's correct.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see. There's blue-green up there, okay. Yep, okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the board, and city staff. I do appreciate your giving me the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Bob Ring. I'm a real estate developer out of the St. Louis area. And as Jennifer just mentioned, I do have 2 projects under application for review by the Missouri Housing Development Commission for an allocation of federal and state low-income housing tax credits. As Jennifer mentioned, these are going to be 48-unit buildings. I'll show you a site plan in just a moment, but each will have 24 units to the building, and each property will have a community building on site for the property manager and other amenities, which I'll show you in just a second. But these 2 projects are virtually mirror images of each other. Other than the site plan itself, they are 48 units, there are 32 bedrooms and 18 3-bedroom, 2-bath units. So they will look identical to each other except for the site plans. We were talking just a second ago about where they are located. Donnelly Ridge is located essentially at Scott Boulevard and Garges Way, and the site itself looks like an inverted lady's high heel shoe, essentially. For context, it's a little bit southwest of the downtown area out here. It's about a 6-acre site. On that site, we will have access from Scott Boulevard into the site. Each site will have 2 means of ingress and egress. And in this particular site, the buildings will be located across from about 115 parking spaces. And of course, the community building will be right there. The topography of this particular site is rolling, and so we will also have various retaining walls to smooth out the grade of each of them. Fall Creek Ridge will be located, as it was mentioned, essentially at the intersection of South Falls Boulevard and Fall Creek Road on what appears to be about the northwest quadrant of that intersection. And again, for context, it's located right there. And then Donnelly Ridge is located over here. It gives you an idea where each of them is located with respect to one another. This particular site plan would also have 2 means of ingress and egress. Again, 2 buildings, 24 units apiece with a community building, as well as each site will have play area for the children, should there be any in the community, or other uses for the residents, such as community gardens and things of that sort. Each site will have on-site detention. This one will have actually 2 detention ponds for storm sewage protection. The unit mix and rent schedule of each of these apartment projects will be the 30% units, which will be reserved for individuals or families who are at or below 30% of the area median income. The 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 836 square foot apartment in that community will rent for $365 a month. The 3-bedroom, 2-bath, which is 1,075 square feet, will rent for $419. This is for the 30% units. The 60% units for the same kinds of apartments would rent for $535 and $650 a month, respectively. And the 5 apartments that will have no income limitations would rent for $695 and $795 per month. What will the buildings look like? They will be 3-story walk-up buildings with common entrances. Oops, how'd that happen?
Turn your power down on your killing.
There we go. Common entrances in the middle of each building. Each apartment will have either a deck on the 2nd and 3rd floor or a patio on the 1st floor. And the exterior of the buildings will be approximately 35% masonry, and 65% cement siding, which is generically called hardy board. It's cementous siding. It's not vinyl. The floor plans, as I mentioned, they're the 2-bedroom, 1-bath units are 836 square feet. The residents will enter from the common hallway outside into the apartment, which will have a fully furnished kitchen with range, refrigerator, stove, and dishwasher. The living area, of course, and then out to the deck. What we call the living area will have floor covering of luxury vinyl plank. It's a wood product. The bedrooms, of course, will be carpeted, and the bathroom will have sheet vinyl as its floor covering. The apartments will have washer-dryer hookups. Washer and dryers will not be furnished to the residents because we have found that typically in these kinds of communities, many of the residents bring their washers and dryers with them. The 3-bedroom, 2-bath floor plan looks very similar to the 2-bedroom, except the unit is pushed out further to accommodate the extra bedroom and bathroom. So it's 1,075 square feet. And again, it has an outside deck on the 2nd and 3rd floor and a patio on the 1st floor. The community building will resemble aesthetically the apartment building in terms of exterior composition, about 35% masonry and 65% cement siding. And the community building will house the property manager in this office right here. The fitness room will be fully furnished with fitness equipment. The larger area of the community building will be used for gatherings, family gatherings. The building can be used by residents or potluck lunches and dinners, social gatherings by the residents themselves. It also will have a fully furnished kitchen with a range, refrigerator, dishwasher, disposal, a fireplace located across the way there. And these are computer stations. The community building will also have 2 baths, 2 restrooms, mechanical room, and laundry facility for any resident who may not have his or her own within their apartment. That, ladies and gentlemen, finishes my presentation for you, but my purpose in being here is to respectfully ask you for your support for these projects, because the Housing Commission will offer a lot of points, if you will, to every project that has strong community support. The flip side of that is projects that are submitted without strong community support are typically DOA. They just don't go anywhere. To put everything in context for you, this year and just about every year, there are roughly 120 to 130 projects applied to the Housing Commission for credits. There are resources available to the Housing Commission to award roughly 30 to 35 projects per year. So it's about a 1 in 4 shot. The whole point of this matter is this: without your support, I might as well not even submit. I'm a guest in your house. I'm asking you for your support, and I deeply appreciate this opportunity. But without you, I can't go where I want to go. This is, in my view, a great opportunity for the city of Branson to have affordable housing. This is what I would consider to be workforce housing. In your industries here, the tourism industry here needs affordable housing for the people who work in your businesses. If I'm awarded these projects, one or both of these projects, this will be a great shot in the arm for the city of Branson in terms of affordable workforce housing. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm sorry to run over a little bit, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. And again, I deeply appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Bob. You're spot on. This is a product that we desperately want and need in our community. Would you take a few minutes and address the management? Have you managed these before? Who's going to manage
Yes,
this
sir.
product?
We've done a lot of these projects, many projects like this in Missouri and all over the country, actually. This will be managed, the entire process will be under the umbrella of a company out of Columbia, JES Holdings, which includes Fairway Management Company. That is who will manage the property on an ongoing basis. This tax credit syndicator will be an affiliate of Affordable Equity Partners. The construction company will be Fairway Construction Company. So the team is in place. Everybody is selected. We are ready to go. But a property manager will be staffed at this site, at both sites, on a permanent basis.
And the property management company that's managing this, are they currently managing other properties that you've developed?
Oh, yes. Many, many, many properties.
Can we get a list of some of those? And
Yes, I can send you a list.
I've seen many of these projects, and some of them, after so many years, continue to look great, and it's based on the management company. Others, it doesn't take but a couple years, and they don't look so good.
Right.
So I would, and I think the board would like just to see a few of the properties that this management company manages, just as a reference.
I'd be happy to.
Okay.
One other thing I might add.
Sure.
This will have a deed restriction put on it, should there be an award made, that will require that it be managed as an affordable property for 30 years. So we will be in here for the long term, and we will have to build this to last.
Very nice.
Because 30 years is a very long time.
Well, yeah, I've looked at your floor plans, and I've looked at the product, and you've obviously been here, done that. You're very experienced in this. We need the product. Any aldermen have any questions for Bob?
I don't have a question as much as a comment, and kind of piggyback off what the mayor said. I mean, I've heard for a couple years now that, workforce housing is such a need in our area. And, you hear around town, I don't know if it's true or not, I'm not in the apartment business, but you hear around town, every apartment complex has a long waiting list. Rates are increasing because they don't have the limitations, of the affordable housing. And so I think there's a big need in our community, for rent in the, range that you're proposing here. And so I think it's a good opportunity. I kind of looked at the locations. I did note the Head Start. I actually saw that when I was looking at the map. But they seem, I think a big thing obviously is you want it to be kind of consistent with what's around. The one by Walmart has an apartment complex right next to it, if I recall correctly. And then the one on Falls, I think, is right down from the timeshare property right up the road. So, Blue Green, thank you. So they seem consistent with what's going on in those respective areas. I think it meets a need. I did quick math, but if you figure, 2 people per bedroom, I think's the current limits. If you look at the number of bedrooms you're bringing into the area, this houses quite a few people. I mean, in the hundreds. And I think that's a big thing for our area. So that's all I got.
No, I think it's a great thing, and like we've been talking it for a long time, how much we need the extra housing, so, yeah, I look forward to that.
Our experience is that when you build a project like this, it fills up within a month or 2 of its opening, if not at its opening.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we will have a waiting list immediately.
You'll be full before you start building them.
So, go ahead, Chief.
Eric Schmidt. I reside downstairs most of the time. I just want to echo or say a couple things. First, I sat on the poverty committee that has looked into the issues here in this community, and this is one of the biggest issues for me. We still have multiple families with kids living in extended stay locations that they have no business living in, that were never made for that. So to see projects like this come up, for me, are exciting. If we do nothing else in our tenure here, but get those kids out of those locations and get them to some semblance of a community, we are far and ahead above where we are now. That being said, the police department stands ready to help you all in your due diligence. I love what you asked about the reference. One call from me to those police departments where they're located, and I can tell you if those management companies play ball or not. because it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to play it. And I'm here to tell you that management makes all the difference in the world, whether it's a hotel or apartment complex. We will work with them, and as long as we can work with them, we can have a great property. So use us as you need to.
Thank you, Eric.
Eric, could I ask you a question real quick? What percentage of the people that live, a general idea, in the hotels, basically, extended stay hotels, do you think live there because that's the only thing they have, or maybe a scenario, I'm not necessarily talking about the kids and the families, that's another thing, right? Versus maybe you can't make first and last month's rent because you're making your income kind of in a sketchy way on a day-to-day basis. You kind of see where I'm going with that.
I do. So the difficulty for our economy is that it's a very service-heavy region. It is a little more expensive to live in this town. Actually, it's a lot more expensive to live in this town comparatively. So there is a situation where we don't have that affordable housing. So what gained my attention was when I saw those prices in that 30% bracket right there. That makes it doable. You know, the two biggest things we saw in that poverty committee are the affordable housing and transportation. So that's going to solve at least one of those big points.
Yeah, I agree. Because
I love the playgrounds. I mean, I can't tell you how excited I am about seeing things like that.
I've seen affordable ones that are at the 700-800, you know, and it doesn't really make it affordable at that point, you know. So
Correct.
yeah, it's yeah.
And I did want to get on record that we're willing to work with anybody, but know that we're more than happy to call and check into those management companies, and we'll get the straight shot on whether they play ball or not. So.
Thank you, Eric. Is there anybody in the audience wishing to? Hi, Cherry, come on up.
My name is Cherry Webster. I live at 118 Country Bluff Drive. Mr. Ring, it looks like you have a lot of experience and you have a good product. I like the idea of the hardy board. It's much nicer looking than the vinyl siding. You've picked two locations that are in walking distance of the business district within 76, which is, and it's in other neighborhoods where there are other apartment buildings, which seems more appropriate than some past affordable housing projects that we've seen come through here. I have some observations and some questions. It's already been noted that the MHDC requires that each of the jurisdictions be notified of a low-income housing project, not just the executives, but also fire and police, because they need those services. In most of those notifications, the applicants almost always ask for a letter of support. I remember last year, Dan Ruda came and asked for a resolution of support, like his third one, and he was very insistent that it had to be approved that night because 3 days later was the deadline for the MHDC applications. So this resolution of support, this hearing seems a bit off because the deadline for applications was a month ago on September 23rd. But perhaps when the public hearing occurs on November 8th, he'll be able to submit his resolution of support at that time. Just an observation. I have some questions related to the selection process that by the mayor and the board. Last year, there were 4 applications for Branson projects and 1 project for Hollister, but the only hearing and resolution was for Dan Ruda's low-income housing project. This year, there are 4 applications for MHDC funding. 2 are Mr. Ring's projects. A third one is for a Branson project for construction of 48 new units by Dignity Now, Donna Bassett. And then a 4th project is for rehab of an 80 senior units at Branson Manor Apartments. And in fact, that application was made last year with MHDC as well. And in that application, in that notification to you, Mr. Mayor, Matt Catanesi asked for a letter of support, but he didn't get one. So how is it, my first question, how is it that some applicants do receive a resolution of support and others do not? In the last 3 years, only Dan Ruda received a resolution of support for low-income housing. But then that could have been chalked up to favoritism, because we all saw for 2 years how Ruta received favoritism for the annexation of his low-income housing project. Then we saw the favoritism for the illegal zoning by way of a second annexation plan of intent. And then we saw the favoritism of waiving of $38,000 in building permit fees. I'm assuming Mr. Ring is not the new Mr. Ruta.
Was that a question?
That is a question. This year, we have a whole new board. Can you provide some transparency as to how you chose which of the 4 applications to formally place on a Board of Aldermen agenda to receive a resolution of support? Then lastly, last year, Alderman Skanes participated in the MHD public hearing by speaking for the 4 Branson and the 1 Hollister applicants. He stated multiple times on the audio call that a study determined that Branson needed 800 to 900 low-income housing units that, quote, will take anything, end quote. So if the city needs so much and wants to take anything, why not provide a resolution of support for all 4 applicants? So will the mayor or an alderman also be speaking this year at the MHDC public hearing on behalf of the Ring applications or even all 4 applications? Thank you for your explanations.
Well, I'm glad you appreciated it.
Go ahead, Mayor.
No, go ahead. Anybody?
Jerry,
Yes.
I don't like the process. This whole MHDC thing, to me, I wish they did it differently. Personally, I wish they would do their own studies to determine which communities need these low-income housing projects, right? Because what it ends up being, like we were talking about, is favoritism, or sort of, this is the other side of the free market, right? You have to let things fail and you have to let them succeed, right? But it's funny because the very first thing you said goes a long way in swaying me. Because what did I say for a long time about where these projects need to be? They need to be within walking distance of employment, and they probably don't need to be right on our entertainment district. Now, this is kind of, but it's back there a little bit, right?
They're good locations.
Right. It's a great question to ask, though, which ones have been selected in the past, because we've seen it. We've seen developers go, ooh, there's MHDC money. I'm going to go get that, and I'm going to try to use this, hey, we need affordable housing, so support me in this, right? So it doesn't seem like that's the agenda of this gentleman here.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. So, but I think what you're saying is a good question, and I will probably be voting in support of this because of some of the different factors, but you're bringing up a great question in the fact that how are these determined, and we need to watch that in the future, I think.
Jerry, I think I would encourage the board to support any MHTD housing project similar to this, with the exceptions of where's the location, right? How's that affected? And the management of it. After we approve, this still needs to go through planning and zoning and building, and it hadn't even started that process yet, where they notify the neighbors and go through that process. He's simply just trying to get the authorization from the state to say, yes, we'll provide funding for that. Then he has to start going through the hoops of.
Oh, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying,
So
what about Bassett and Catanese? Did you specifically choose not to give them a resolution of support?
I don't recall denying any applicants. Cody, do you recall?
Well, I can tell you that last year, Matt Catanese sent in his notification letter, dated September 14th, 2021, his last paragraph says, "We kindly request a letter of support from you to the Missouri Housing Development Commission for our tax credit application, which is due on October 8th, 2021. But Catanese never got a resolution of support last year, and now he's applying again for this year.
Michael, do you have information on this?
I can clarify just a little bit about the process. So Basically, what happens is the applicants decide that they want to go, Mr. Ring's company, another company, want to go after some MHDC money. They come to us with the properties in mind that they've worked the financial wizardry, I guess would be the word for it, that'll work for them. Everybody lines up the week of September 23rd. So we must have got a gazillion on the 23rd. So a bunch of people said, hey, can you get us a letter of support? Hey, can you get us a letter of support? We can't bring it to a resolution that quickly. Mr. Ring said, hey, let's wait a little bit. Let me come down and present to you. Let me get my final documents. See if you're in support of it. Met with us in an open for business style, and then we bring it forward to you. Tonight, all you're saying is you support him trying to go get money to make his project go. So if his project, he may get one, he may not get the other one, or he may get both. The other applicants that you're speaking of either reached out too late or chose to go a different route. So some people chose to go to a different community or said, hey, right now I'm good. And those are the ones she's talking about. But the group that we work with, we want to listen to everybody. It's because it's important to your board and it's important to you that you provide the housing that's there. So we were open and said anytime anybody wants to come. Mr. Ring was under the assumption that the 23rd deadline let him present that as long as he presents ahead of his presentation to the MHDC board. So he's asking for the resolution tonight. And that's how we are where we are today. So no favoritism or anything like that this year.
What, could you repeat that last one, please? Just kidding. Sorry. Does that answer your question, Cherry? I don't know that the board, Cherry, I don't believe this board has been asked for a letter of recommendation and has said no.
Well, they didn't get one last year.
But I think the point is they didn't come here.
I don't think they
like
asked
Mr.
us.
Ring has.
They did send a letter to this board
Right.
requesting, it was Matt Cantonese, I think from HCW.
Okay.
And then there was another one
Barrett.
that you
Or
mentioned.
Bassett.
So do you know why they didn't get a,
There was, I don't
the
recall
board didn't vote or approve it?
that it came to this board.
It seems like,
I have
Well,
a,
it might just be the squeaky wheel gets the oil.
it seems like what
No.
Michael's saying is that Mr. Ring took the time, not at that original thing, but took the time and was willing to go beyond and then come back and do his due diligence, whereas the other ones, even if they've applied a second year in a row, weren't willing to do that necessarily?
So to clarify, if I show up and your Board of Aldermen meeting is already happened or gonna happen before the 23rd, they were like, we won't get the letter of support this year. And that's where they stood this go around.
Okay, but Michael, do you recall a presentation being made asking for the city support and being told no?
I do not.
I don't either.
So either
recall
the
the
other
request.
applicants chose not to bring it or.
Yeah,
But
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification from Michael. There was a comment made that this would have to go through planning and zoning, but I don't believe it will have to go through planning and zoning because it's an allowed use in the districts that they've applied for, correct?
that is correct, but they would go through the building process to submit
Right.
plans and
Yeah, okay.
But this
infrastructure
takes,
plans.
but
So
this takes away from the property owners being notified, the neighboring property owners
well,
being
it's already
notified.
approved
that's
use in
correct,
that
because it's
zone.
already approved use
Yeah.
in the zoning district. though, so-
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So that, he chose great properties that he doesn't have another step to do, so.
Jerry?
I don't know if we're on the same wavelength or not. Going through planning and zoning is way down the road. That won't happen until after December when the MHDC makes their awards. Right now, all he's trying to do is to get his points. They're awarded more points if you have
That's right.
support.
Yeah, the point Ruth was
Okay.
making is, I made the statement, it'll have to go through planning and zoning. Ruth was just commenting, the property's already zoned for these uses.
But that's not even what I'm talking about. That's
No, I
way
know.
down the
Yeah.
line. I'm just asking, MHDC has 4 applicants from Branson. And only 2 of the projects are coming here for a resolution. So how did,
We're not picking and choosing who we're saying yes and no to.
I think you'd have
We're
to
sa-
ask.
so you haven't gotten a
We're
letter?
saying yes
You didn't
to
get a letter
we're
this year
saying
from
yes to everybody that
Tallahassee?
shows up here.
So you did, No, they can't show up here until you decide to put them on the agenda. This is not a resolution of support for all the applicants. It's a resolution of support for just Mr. Ring's two
So
projects.
these ones that you're thinking, we said no to.
I'm just asking, did you say no to?
No. No.
So then why do they not get one? If the city desperately needs this housing so badly,
Where
in the
are they,
last
Ms.
3
Webster?
years, in the last
Where
3
are
years.
they? Where are the developers? You're asking the wrong people.
They send they send
We get a lot of letters.
But we can't,
Well, here's Mr.
I can't sign a letter of
Catanessi's
support,
letter.
but I can't sign a letter of support. Cody Fenton can't sign a letter of support.
Well, this
saying I
one went to
support
you,
them.
Mr. Mayor.
Cody, use my name and say the same thing.
So the
I'm
mayor
just
can't
saying,
sign.
I'm just asking, do you have a selection process and it's like you don't know that they're requesting a letter of support?
Michael, did Mr. Catanesi, did he fall into that realm of missing the deadline and wasn't willing to do what Mr. Ring was willing to do?
I'm not sure. The people that called passed the other people that called, or maybe sent an email saying, hey, I'm looking for support. We said, hey, the next time that you can be at the Board of Aldermen is today. So, because you had one canceled, will that work with you, will it not? And some of them said, nope, I'm good, and decided not to show up and present or do any other forward action. They're choosing, he's getting, if I'm correct, he's getting points for getting our support, or getting your support this evening.
Maybe Cherry's asking the question, when developers send in letters asking for support, the board has to vote to approve that?
It's by resolution. That's what this is, a letter of support. This
So a
would be
letter
the
can't be
process.
sent in, and then we say yes.
No.
Right? It has to come to a board meeting, we vote on it.
And so why are the other two not?
They've never been here. They haven't walked through the doors.
But they haven't walked through the door for a resolution hearing, for a
Yes,
hearing?
yeah.
But they can't get a resolution hearing until you put it on the agenda. Why do they not get an agenda item?
Well,
If you're
Rob,
so.
how did you get on the agenda?
We put him on the
Why
agenda.
didn't you put these other guys on the agenda?
They didn't go through the steps to come meet with us.
Don't tell me, tell the lady behind you.
They didn't show up. Like, you got to show up to go fishing. Like, that's just the way it is. So, like.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say, Mr. Ring definitely was very proactive in his
Yes.
presentation. I mean, we got letters, I had overnight letters, I had mail-by letters.
Yep.
I think I even got one in my office maybe, or something like that. But anyway, he has succinctly, showed us every step of his process of what he's going. So as he's going through that kind of open for business, he's sharing that with the board at the same time. We haven't gotten any other correspondence from any of the other developers on that much, let alone I've not gotten letters from them.
Well, here's the deal. MHDC requires the applicant to notify every jurisdiction, both the executive and the police and the fire. So you got a notification that these 4 applicants this year and the 4 other applicants that were different from last year, and yet the only ones that have ever come for an actual resolution were 3 for Dan Ruda and then the 2 for Mr. Ring.
Jerry.
So is there a process? You're
There is a
notified.
The
You're
process is
asking the
showing
wrong-
up.
There is a process. You have to show up. You have to show up to fish, is what
Are you, when you
Michael
say
said.
show up, you mean show up to talk to the planning department?
Yes.
Okay, but not show up here because they can't just put themselves on the agenda.
Michael,
him, and then he puts it,
They show up, explain it to the planning department. We look at their zoning, look at what they want to do, say, are they going to get staff report? Yes or no? Staff report says yes. We put it on the agenda to bring it to you, and they bring a presentation. So.
yeah.
Michael,
Still
let
not
me
clear,
let me ask it this way. Did you tell any of those people no?
No.
Okay.
Was that a no or a yeah? No.
So if you want 800 and 900 units of low-income housing, then when you're notified, might you want to be proactive and tell the people, look, if you want to get MHDC to approve your application, do like Mr. Ring said, you got to get the resolution of support. It's going to give you more points. In fact, Mr. Ruda stated also last year, or about the year before last, that when one of his applications came up before the public hearing and there was so much opposition from the neighborhood that the MHDC decided, well, if Branson doesn't want it, we'll give the money to somebody else.
Sure.
And so he got denied. So if you want the 800 units of low-income housing and you're expecting these developers to come in and request a resolution of support, maybe they don't know that they need to do that. Maybe they don't know that that is going to buffer their scoring process.
If they're sending us a letter, I think it's safe to say they know. But, Mayor, I don't think this has anything to do with this gentleman, and I think we should,
I
out of
agree.
respect for his time,
Jerry?
make a decision.
Thank you.
Bob, this is a public hearing, so you're going to have to. Anybody else in the audience have anything to share? Nothing? We're voting on this, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we are.
Yep, we have motion and a second. Is there any questions from the board?
I just want to say thank you for trying to bring
Yes.
housing to the area. Appreciate you.
And I want to say thank you very much also.
Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate this.
So y'all ready to vote?
Yep.
Let's vote.
That motion carries 6-0.
Bob, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution of support for an affordable housing development by Ring Property Company located at South Falls Avenue, Branson, Missouri. The floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
Okay, we've had let's get a motion and a second on the floor. We have a motion and a second. We've already had a staff report. We've heard from Bob. Are there any questions from anybody in the audience? Any questions from members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 6-0.
Thank you again. We're going to take a short recess. We're going to,
I'm tired.
Can we take a break?
call this meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, are there any other items on the agenda?
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6210, an ordinance authorizing and approving a zoning change from low-density residential LDR to conservation CON for the property located at 300 Lake Drive, Branson, Missouri. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6210.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll get a staff report from Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the board. A zoning application has been received from Cindy Shook on behalf of the City of Branson Parks and Recreation Department. The properties are 300 Lake Drive, 408 Shore Lane, 412 Shore Lane for 3.79 acres. The purpose is to rezone is to allow for the expansion of the existing Branson Lakeside RV, which is located just east of the property currently operated by Cindy and her staff. This is the overall map that we normally present. So you have Highway 65 and downtown where we are, and you're gonna go, and it's gonna be right on the other side of the railroad track that goes up and over for the Branson Scenic Rail Line. A little bit closer picture that's there for you, coming in, showing the opposite side. We highlighted this picture here because if you look inside this picture, you're going to see a trestle that's here. This is ultimately going to be the entrance to the park. There's another trestle on this side here where Boxcar Willie, I believe is the street name that's there, currently has traffic on. A couple definitions that we have here. So campground and vehicle park means a parcel of tract of land with 2 or more campsites are occupied, intended to occupy for overnight camping. That is what they're after. The reason we chose conservation that came up in the planning is it was the most restrictive thing that we could do. So if you're looking up here, there's still special uses for all campgrounds and vehicle parks that are required. And these were your 5 choices that were here. We worked with Jim Meadows to say what's the most restrictive going forward. So as time goes on, that fit the best for it. So the next chart that's here is showing some of the buffering that would need to be accomplished, and there you see a dash, so there's no buffering that's there, but when working with the applicant, working through it, we came to a consensus with the group to go to a L1 edge treatment, which is this down here, so it's got your planting width of 10, minimum of 8.3 linear foots for landscape, and then you got some shrubs that go in there too, so that's their buffering that they agreed to. What I'd like to highlight is that we ran this in parallel, so the special use is contingent on this rezoning getting approved at the same time. So that's where that came into play, and that's how we're holding that to that. This is a concept drawing that they have. It's not their final drawing by any means. They're just working through a couple different looks to it. The property that's right here is a FEMA lot that's over here, and then these are lots that they're working through purchasing. The City of Branson already owns that one. This is your notification card that went out to 185 feet of the subject property. We know that was successful. Cindy's group also sent out more notices ahead of our notices that are required by law here. As you see on the bottom, we're October 25th for the Board of Aldermen, and it gives the addresses to where to go. This picture here is showing your aerial with utilities. It's typical of everything that we present forward. You do have water and sewer available on the lot. Next is current zoning. The current zoning is low-density residential, and the proposed is conservation. I highlight this next picture that's here to show that what we're trying to do is align the conservation pieces all the way through there, and you'll have other pieces in the contingency. Existing land use that's there, so it's vacant. I'd like to highlight that the property at 300 Lake Drive was the former site of Table Rock Asphalt Company, which historically operated as a dredging plant for Lake Taneycomo. The plant dredged rock from the lake, Taneycomo, and crushed the rock on site. An existing, somewhat submerged barge still rests in its place on the parcel. These are your orthometric views, north, south, east, and west. So there's multiples of them because we're multiple pieces of property. So this is north if we need it, south, east, and west. I wanted to highlight with this picture that the Parks Department hosted a neighborhood meeting on September 8, 2022. Normally, I don't personally go to those meetings, nor does our staff, but Cindy invited us, and it was definitely a different perspective to take, and it was an enjoyable perspective to take as Cindy took the time to send out the note cards, create a opportunity for each person to voice their concerns or ask questions about it. At the time that she did it, she wasn't as far along as we are today in the planning process. This map I brought along in case we have anybody from the public that wants to speak, so you can see exactly where they are and what address they're allowed to point to. This is another concept drawing that's there, showing the restroom in the 31 RV spots. Another concept drawing, and what we highlight is you're under this trestle and Lake Drive is on the other trestle. The rezoning, so the 2030's preferred plan is kind of interesting in this area. It's medium density residential, although it's all currently low density residential, so the future plan shows a little bit different. It's vacant, formerly the asphalt rock we talked about. This is for information purposes here. This is the special use that's going along with that, and I wanted to highlight that the minimum 10-foot, so number 3, I'll show you a minimum 10-foot landscape buffer required between the subject property. Number 4, a fence shall be required around the perimeter of the property and to the LDR. And the special approval is contingent upon the Board of Aldermen, so we weren't going ahead. That's number 5. And then number 6 is a timeline that's on it. Number 1 is just saying that you're going to abide all the laws and codes and ordinances. It's pretty typical information. Staff recommends approval. The Planning Commission unanimously approved on 10-4 of 22 with a vote to 7-0. We did have, I know last time you asked, what was it like? You know, did you have any opposition, so on and so forth? We had Judy Gibson come talk about the boat ramp and some traffic and stop signs. Keith Francis addressed those and traffic movements and striping that they're starting to work through. So they're doing a traffic study on what's the best way to do that. Tom Harrison came in and asked for a larger buffer. They also had some questions about can we straight line fence it down the property road, but as we showed back, that property, so he was asking for fence line to go here. This is the FEMA property that we're already leaving, and I'd like to highlight that property is roughly 104 feet across this direction here, so you have a pretty nice buffer that's already there. I also read into record a letter from Matthew and Catherine. They're also here today. They talked about some property values, and they were worried about the buffer's not as tall as an actual RV that's sitting there. They voiced some concerns about traffic, and they hadn't seen any drawings because they didn't have any concept drawings at the public meeting that they had. But we've addressed all those things, or Cindy and Keith have addressed that. So they had some questions about our environmental study that's already going. We received a letter that I'm not going to read into record at this time, but we got a letter from Keith and Jen Marie Capiro. They talked about the positives of it. They talked about how they stayed at the park, how they bought a piece of property near the park, and how they love where it is and how much money they spent with that. I've given that letter to Cindy if she wants to read it in or feels it's necessary. So with that being said, staff supports, and again, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Michael. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? So the question from the audience was they're asking Michael to bring back up the photo of the properties. Excuse me,
You'll have to come up.
if you come up, yeah, and we'll get you a laser. And if you would state your name and address, please.
Sean Crosby, 806 Sunset. All right, how do I do this again? The bottom button? A little light. Okay. Right here. Okay. Sorry, I have to back up here. Okay. So the fence that you're referring to, once you come under the bridge right here, and you said it's a 10-foot fence around the whole property? Okay, I thought it said 10 foot on there. Okay. This lot right here, has this been sold? I own this lot right here, so I'm just curious, this right here, has that lot already been sold? And are you continuing past that purple line?
Let me get you to a different picture.
Okay.
Yeah, Sean, I think those are three separate parcels.
There we go. So it's all, everything that's in red that's there. The green one here is your FEMA lot. These two parcels are actually one lot, so you're 1, 2, and 3, and this is your Table Rock asphalt. And then I believe you live,
Well, I don't live there,
or you own it, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Michael, we own everything in red, outlined in red.
Either own or under contract.
Do I still need to stand up here to ask these additional
No,
questions?
yeah,
Okay.
speak in the mic,
So
please.
this fence, what kind of fence will it be? The reason why I'm asking this is, like I said, I just purchased that lot directly across the street from where the premises will end, and obviously.
Sean, is it this piece
Yes,
here?
yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you own that piece.
Yes. So my question, well, so I guess I was off a little bit. Let me pull my laser back out here. Is this right here, when you said in contract, so has this lot been sold and is it going to go to right here? Or does it stop like on your other drawing where it went, that was vacant?
Sean, there's three separate parcels, so my understanding is,
Has that lot been sold?
yes.
Okay. So it is gonna go all the way, and this is gonna be the 6-foot fence running right along the street?
Yes.
What kind of fence is that?
Here comes Cindy.
Sean, yes. Huh?
So what we're looking at right now is just keeping the existing fence. That was kind of what we heard in the neighborhood meetings. And so the existing fence that's there will be kept in as much vegetation as possible. And then that street is Moore Street. So in the proposed drawing that Michael showed, we have between 15 and 23 feet buffer plus an additional 10 feet or 15 feet of the road. So the fence and the buffering and then the road with buffering, so quite a bit is the plan. I mean, I think the fence is in pretty good condition, but no, okay. Okay, well, I haven't looked at it very much on Moore Street, it's the other, but.
Because if I go to sell this property, which I've already put it for sale, what do I, explain to the people that are looking at purchasing that? Are they gonna be looking at the vegetation with a chain link fence that's half tipped over? Or is it gonna be a
Can we
solid
speak into
wall?
the
Yeah,
microphone,
definitely not,
please?
but-
I'm sorry, yeah, Sean, we're gonna need to speak into the mic. We have people listening online.
Sorry. So, okay, my question I just asked was I do own that lot right there. When I'm trying to sell this lot right now, and to tell the future purchaser, if they want to know about it, what do I tell them? This fence right here, that's what my question was, if it was going to be a solid fence to block the campers, or is it just going to be the chain link fence that's right there right now, which I don't see how that could be. I mean, it's ready to tip over.
Is it, Chet, is there a way to go back to the drawing, the proposed drawing of the park? I don't know where that is,
Proposed
Michael, in the.
drawing, was it in his presentation?
Right there.
Right there, yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so you can see right there along Moore Street,
So
we
Sean-
certainly don't want to keep we certainly don't want to keep a fence that's falling down. It's hard to see because there is a ton of vegetation right now. I've looked at the fence.
yeah.
We want to maintain a fence as a barrier.
Right.
And then you can see.
Sean, this is your property right here.
Right.
Correct.
And then the buffering that's proposed in this preliminary site plan is between 15 feet and 23 feet along Moore Street, then an additional 15 feet for the road. So it's a lot more than the requirement of what he
So
indicated.
so that puts it about 12 feet from my property line.
30 feet.
Isn't your property?
28.
Your
got the
property line
street.
is here.
Right there, right.
This is Moore Street. This will
Well,
be
you've
the
got
chain
the-
link fence, and then this is 23 feet of buffering.
And actually, there is no fence right there, right below that 23. That's all open. That's the lot you just purchased.
This area here?
Correct.
Yeah, what Cindy is saying is that will be a buffer, and this is the chain link fence.
Above that.
Right here.
Right, that's all chain link, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, my question is, if that fence has to be torn down, which obviously I'm sure it will, what are you going to replace it with? What type of fencing?
We can definitely look at that. We have not gotten that far yet because we didn't want to be, we want to get through this process, but we want to be good neighbors. We want to work with people. Chain link is good because, as you know, that area floods. And so I think if that's acceptable, we'll put that back up. We can work with the neighborhood on what they think is the right thing. I think the main thing is we're committed to maintaining the fencing and doing the buffering. But yeah, we'll take a look at it. It's hard for me to see that right now because there is so much vegetation.
Oh, yeah, it's all overgrown.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason why the fence is collapsing, so, okay. All right, thank you.
John, thank you very much. Anyone else in the audience would like to speak?
Hey, Michael, while you're standing there real quick, what is,
Damn, shouldn't have got up. No, I'm kidding. So
would a quarry been allowed under low density residential?
it would have not. So it would not.
When was that changed?
I don't know the history on that. I don't know if you do either, so. This is clicker if you need it.
Can you just pull up the map so I can show them where I live? Yeah.
I'm sorry, can we get your name, please? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Matthew Kendrick. It's my wife Catherine. We live at 305 Lake Drive. We also have the adjoining lot at 306 Christopher. Yep. That's it right there. My wife is here holding me up so I don't fall over, so we don't have a issue, travel to the emergency room as I'm recovering from cancer surgery. So part of that, it has affected my speech. So if you'll just have a little bit of patience with me while I read this, that'd be great. So first, I'd like to thank the board and Mr. Mayor for allowing me to speak on what the neighborhood believes is a very controversial subject. I do not understand why the city is using conservation zoning besides the fact that it's the most restrictive for future use. Part of Branson Code Section 9436 states that conservation district seeks to protect and preserve natural resources, landscapes, and environmentally sensitive areas owned by public entities. It also states that conservation districts restrict the subdivision and development of the land. Parks, fish, wildlife, and nature preserves are permitted in conservation districts. I have two questions on this. First, how is clearing over 3 acres considered protecting and preserving natural resources? Second, is an RV park considered an actual park? During the commissioners' meeting, Michael Woods was so grateful to read a letter that I sent to him, to the commissioners, because I was unable to attend because of surgeries. I asked him about an environmental impact study, and the way I understood his response was there was a report for the asphalt quarry, but that was previously there, but I'm not sure how that would apply to an RV park. Also, Cindy Shook stated that the property was mostly mounds of rocks from the asphalt plant, and that mature trees would mostly not be affected because they would want to keep as much shade as possible. But according to the proposed site, those trees would have to be taken down. Also, I have a photo of the lot and mature trees if you would like to see it. I also do not see how to leave the existing fence is a suitable solution. The fence is 6 feet tall and has barbed wire facing the neighborhood. Also, Ms. Shook mentioned at the commissioners' meeting that the existing vegetation would remain on the existing fence. The majority of that vegetation, at least by my house, is honeysuckle. Missouri Department of Conservation states that honeysuckle is a non-native invasive species. Japanese honeysuckle is on the Branson's do not plant list. The average height of an RV is 10 to 14 feet tall, so I'm not sure how that would be a proper buffer along with the honeysuckle that would possibly have to be removed when I will be able to see RVs and people through the fence. I also have a couple photos of the fence directly in front of my house if you would like to see those as well. I have a letter from my realtor, Shay Duffy, who was my agent when we purchased the house. I'll just read a couple excerpts from her letter. She states that she feels that this development would negatively affect the property value of the home at 305 Lake Drive. The transient guests that would inhabit the RV sites would greatly diminish the appeal to any future buyer if the current owners decided to sell. I have seen the negative feedback incurred firsthand, which made it so we had to reduce the price in order to get it to sell. I have printed the entire letter for you, if you would like that copy as well. I have a petition against the approval from the RV park from the residents who live within 185 feet from that postcard that was sent to them, and most of those residents reject that proposal. The special use permit will allow nightly rentals for the RV park, but the neighborhood that is adjacent to the RV park is not allowed to use nightly rentals. So I cannot see how one parcel of land that will be in the neighborhood would qualify for the permit, but the residents who live less than 50 feet from the proposed RV park are not included in that proposed permit. Isn't that considered spot zoning? So thank you for your time.
Matthew, I'm going to ask Michael or Cindy to address your questions and.
Sure.
As far as the question of spot zoning, what we're trying to do is, with the conservation district, is to share the beautiful value that Branson has of the lakes that's there. So it also accommodates limited structures. I understand that, you know, there is some concrete and asphalt that go into making an RV park, but we're sharing it with our visitors. As far as spot zoning, you know, the conservation, we do have other parks that are down in that area, and you're also right next to, I mean, the physical barrier between it is a rail line, is the difference between the two. So are we doing that when we have an RV park on this side and an RV park on that side? So, you know, the railroad has their easement that they have, so. Those are the two I can comment on. Cindy, do you want to comment on some?
I'm interested in hearing the response to this 6-foot fence that Matthew mentioned that has the honeysuckle on it. Because this is your house, correct, Matthew? Yeah.
Yeah, Mayor, I think our plan is we don't yet own the property. And so, you know, we're still under contract with Mr. Simmons and Mr. Norman. So, I mean, once we're able to finalize that, if we're able to move forward, I mean, we would want to assess it. What I've tried to indicate is we want to leave fencing, we want to leave as much bare vegetation as possible, and we want to have a buffer. And that's kind of what I thought I heard at the meeting. I did speak to them, and I don't recall saying we wouldn't take down trees in the park itself. We don't know if that's going to happen because we haven't really completed design. The main thing we heard is there needs to be buffering, and so that's what I really took out of that, and that's what we're concentrating on.
Clayton?
First of all, I mean, this new addition would be very beneficial to our visitors, very beneficial to the city of Branson. It's one of the only properties that actually makes money for us. But I do understand the concerns of Sean and Matthew. I drive that quite a bit. That old chain link fence is just junk. I mean, when I drive through, I'm just like, oh, it's junk. But I'm thinking, I'm hearing, as opposed to buffer, you're wanting more something to hide. Not necessarily space and trees, but you want something that's maybe. Yeah, and, maybe some concessions is, and I know this may not be popular and it might cost more money, but maybe a 10-foot wood fence might be more attractive to these people, so it's hiding more. It's not so much about distance, but the height of kind of out of sight, out of mind might be a thought. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. Sorry.
I mean, I think I haven't heard a lot about the fencing until now, so that's something we can definitely look and talk about. I think our point is the land, it's as an asphalt plant, it's pretty unattractive. And so we plan to make it a lot more attractive and improve the land is what the goal would be.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I'm just saying that if it gets right down to it, I'm hearing we don't want to see it as much as the space between it. Let's maybe something higher and more solid might help.
Hey, Matthew,
Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm totally agreeing with you. That's why I'm suggesting something taller and more solid.
Sean, I would love to get your input, but I need to get you on the mic if you want to share, please. Matthew, is that what you're saying also, is 6-foot fence, number one, chain link, you can see through it. I don't know if we're going to have any issues with honeysuckle, but is that what Clay's saying?
Yeah, that's one of them, but also, I mean, if you look at that proposed parcel, where that is.
Yes.
That is in the same neighborhood where the residents live. Would you agree to that?
Yes, yes.
So I don't understand how one piece of parcel can be zoned special use for nightly rental, but then 30 feet away, I can't have it zoned I can't have a special use for nightly rental there, where I live.
Well, okay, but then this guy can't either, right? I mean,
Right, so why can't the entire neighborhood?
be nightly rental?
Yeah.
I don't know the residents will
I mean,
like
I mean, I did talk with Michael about this preliminary.
Sure.
And he said you would need a majority to go, knock it.
Yeah, it's a neighborhood.
It is a neighborhood, right. But I mean, I just don't think how, the city, and you're right, maybe the person right next to me doesn't want to do that.
Yeah.
Right. But I do have my realtors, that I also have another letter from Kyler Castillo saying the same thing. If those houses were allowed for nightly rental, then the value would rise tremendously, because the people who could come in and buy them, they could use that for nightly rental, because look at the location where it's at.
Sure.
It's right there at, Scotty's and Landing and.
Matt, would you agree that that's a separate issue?
Sure, that's why.
If a group of people wanted to come together and say, let's
Sure.
make ours nightly rental, that would
Sure.
be an application to go and apply.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I went through the preliminary with Michael on that.
Sure.
But I just don't think how, again, one parcel can get approved for nightly, but then, I mean, from the photos that my wife took, I'm 10 feet from that. I mean, I'm looking right through it, so.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking on it from a zoning aspect. For example, if one parcel was commercial, but directly across the street was a residential, the residential wouldn't say, well, how come I'm just across the street? Because it's contiguous.
Sure.
And, I mean, there has to be a break point somewhere.
Right.
Right? So I think you're spot on as far as that being a popular nightly rental place. You're right on. I just don't know I'm not hearing the need of saying, well, I don't want to approve this as an RV park because it's nightly rental, because then I can't do nightly rental.
No, I understand that, but.
Okay,
No, I totally understand what you're saying.
okay. So other than the fencing and the visibility,
Yeah, I mean, fencing, visibility, and then, back to the nightly rental on that. I mean, that's what, and again, I know that's a total separate hearing.
Sure.
It'd have to be, another motion. But I mean, I just think it's, my opinion, again, this is my opinion, it's just too early to approve a parcel to be approved for nightly rental when we don't know what the majority of the neighborhood, if they're in favor of doing a nightly rental already.
okay, but tonight we're being asked to approve this project.
So,
What I'm hearing from Cindy and Michael is they're going to be very flexible, and you're hearing from the board the support for the fencing, John, and the visibility, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Matthew?
I think we want to consider everything that's being said, and
Sure.
I appreciate and respect their opinion about this for sure. I think we've always said all the time we want to be good neighbors, and at the meetings we had people that came forward and expressed their concerns, which we then took that into consideration in the site plan.
Sure.
With the buffering and that kind of thing. There were some people that opposed the project, and we definitely have some people that are in favor of the project. I have also a pretty good size letter of someone that is in favor of the project that I could also read if that's necessary too. So I just want to provide all perspectives.
Well, it sounds like it's going to be the visibility, because it is a self-contained development, right? And the only access doesn't go through the neighborhood, it goes under the train trestle. So that's what I'm hearing. Is there something, Matthew, is there something else you'd like to hear from the board? No? We're good? Catherine, you good?
I feel that the majority of the neighborhood is against it to begin with, but at this point, we've kind of just come to terms with it and know it's going to happen. So if it's going to happen, then we do ask for that, at least that higher fence and that maybe larger buffer. But I don't think that there are more than maybe 2 neighbors that are for it, honestly, because nobody wants, let's be honest, nobody wants an RV park in front of their house. I mean, if you build a luxury hotel in front of your house, you still wouldn't want to live there. So again, I guess we've come to terms with it, and we're just asking for that maybe better fence,
Yes.
better separation.
I will assure you this board will make sure that happens.
If I lived there, I'd be asking for the same thing.
Yep,
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
for sure, yeah.
Yeah. All you guys have to say is that the neighbors are against it, and we don't, that's all, and it might lower property values. I'm so sympathetic to that. I have fought for neighborhood after neighborhood, I think if we do absolutely what we can do to, put up a fence that's not, sightly, you can't see through it, and that might be the best we can do. I mean, I served on planning and zoning for a lot of years, and I fought for neighborhood after neighborhood when people came up like this. But then I served on Parks Board, and I saw how incredible an opportunity is for our campground and the kind of revenue that generates for us, So it's kind of a two-edged sword here. Kyler, you mentioned he's in my wedding, groomsman in my wedding, So I mean, I'm very sympathetic to what you guys are saying, and I wouldn't ever fear just coming up and saying we just simply are against it. I mean, that's absolutely warranted. I think we just work with the best at this point. Because we have purchased the property, it's just so, we talk a lot about tourism in Branson, and tourism is great, but we have to have things for our visitors too, and that's kind of where our Parks Department comes in, and this is a huge revenue source for that, so it's a tough one, but there's a lot of us who really feel like moving forward on that. So let's do the buffer, let's make it as unvisible as possible, to be the best for you guys, so.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to add to that, when Cindy first came with this project, the first thing she addressed was the buffer, because she knew that would be an issue. And I think, and I don't want it to be overlooked in the fact that this is not just going to be a typical RV park. This is, I can already tell you, she's going to index very high on the aesthetics of it and the comfortableness of it. I mean, you know, in my understanding, it's going to be like an upgraded area to the other area. So all of those things in mind, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Probably she'll over exceed your expectation, and even Sean, is it Sean, right? Sean, yeah, your expectation, because she came to us with that kind of explanation when she first proposed this idea to it. And that's why we were all on board with it, was because that was the first thing she addressed, because she knew how important it was to the community that we are good neighbors. And if you go and look at any of the parks in our community, I mean, she is on top of it. I mean, making, you know, every park the best that it can be. So to try to erase any fear of this is just going to be a RV park where people just zipping in, zipping out, it's not going to be anything like that. I think you'll be overly impressed with it. I actually live on Sunset on the other side, and I drive by here a lot. I think this is going to be an amazing improvement based on what's there. I mean, I see what's there like every single day, and I think she's going to really, really impress you with what she does. Yep.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Come on up. Come on
Michael,
down.
I had a question. What was the deal with the lot, the FEMA lot? Like, we couldn't use it, or what was the deal with that?
Yeah, that's correct. So on the property, it's got some restrictions on that you don't build upon it again because they spent government money to buy out that piece of property that's there. I have it with me, and we can let this gentleman speak, and I can speak back to it a little more if you
Okay.
want.
Yeah.
I'm Michael Pike, and I'm building at 405 Shore Lane. I don't have the pointer, but I could show you the lot.
Is it this one?
With the garage, yeah, that's my lot right there, okay. I found the lot actually fishing on Lake Taneycomo. I camped at Cooper Creek for a long time, and I started looking for a lot. This was before COVID. One day I parked the boat and kind of went ashore, and I saw a real estate sign. My brother's a realtor in Springfield. I said, look at this. He says, you don't want it. I said, don't tell me what I don't want or I want, you know, let's find out. I ended up the day that COVID shut down. It was March 18th, 2020. I had given the man an offer, and he said I was high. I said he was too high. We came to terms on that day. It was a while before I could do anything, you know, building-wise. Okay. I want to go back to the nightly rental for a second. If the campground's built and the neighborhood later decides we want, as a group, want nightly rental, would the board and the campground not agree to stand in the way?
Say the question again, please.
Okay, say the campground gets built.
Yep.
And at some point in time down the road, the neighborhood comes together and says, well, we'd like to entertain nightly rental. I would ask that the board and the campground not stand in the way, because we didn't stand in the way of the campground. Is that feasible to think about?
Well, obviously, we can't commit on a hypothetical.
The future, yeah, que sera, sera, I understand.
However, it makes sense, and I'm not even going to ask Michael to address it. I think it's almost like, it's like anything else. When you bring a proposal, if it makes sense, I can't imagine.
In Springfield, I've been granted zoning, and I had to agree not to, if somebody next, you know, down the road, I said, no, I won't, you know, oppose this. Yeah. And I got my zoning, and later on, they either did what they wanted or they didn't.
If you guys as a neighborhood came to us with that proposal, sir, it would go through a whole separate process. It would go to planning and zoning, then it would come to us. They would give us a staff report, and they wouldn't even mention in the staff report that we don't want this because if we want to be proprietary. You know, it's just, I guess.
I understand,
you know what
but
I'm saying?
I could see a different board and different management of
bet.
the campground in a few years. Well, we don't see it the way they did.
You bet.
know?
And I hate saying this because I just hate saying it. This board, no matter what we say, doesn't matter, right? Because one board can't bind another. From a logical standpoint, I couldn't imagine why we, as the owner of an RV park, would be opposed to having nightly rentals next door. Cody, Ruth?
Non-competing
Any
interest.
opinions?
Totally.
It's a non-competing interest. Yeah.
But, Your Honor,
Okay.
Yes.
we probably should not quite get that in-depth because we don't know all the details of what will
I'm
be.
giving a personal opinion.
Well, no, just,
If I'm here and the question was raised, with the information I have today, that would be my response.
Ditto.
The attorney's still on the line?
Don't make any motions.
Oh. Got it.
The other
I'm
thing,
still here.
I take back everything I just said.
after the nightly rental, of course, the barrier of the fence is a little bit of an issue, and I think the current fence probably needs to be rebuilt.
Yeah.
But would you entertain the idea of like the traffic wall you see along Highway 65? That would be a little bit better barrier between the two. The concrete tilt-up wall.
So, Michael, I think what we would want to do is, and that may be cost prohibitive. I mean, it's pretty, yeah. But I mean, I think what we're hearing is, hey, the fence is really bad and we need to take it down and do something better. So, I mean, I'm definitely committed to doing that, but I wouldn't want to say the concrete is pretty expensive. And so it's a pretty long area there. I mean, how do you feel about the wooden fence that Sean recommended?
Wooden fences are nice, but it's something that'll have to have some repair over the years. You know, you've got a public work that the chain link lasts a long time, the concrete does. Wood fences have to have repair a little bit more frequently, you know. The other thing I've been told is somebody in the campground, they probably, the way that fence is, ooh, that's icky, you know, behind with poison ivy, my RV, some of your customers would probably want it cleaned up a little bit, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, we agree on that.
I would say too, regarding the maintenance, I mean, we've been working on some neighborhood park projects recently at Parnell and a few other parks at Campwell. So, I mean, we would be committing to maintaining this at a high level like Ralph mentioned. I mean, we're expecting it to be really high end, and so we want to make sure it's a good experience for everyone.
The one thing I worry about a little bit is right now you do have a few campers that get kind of lost and they try to go down, you know, Lake Drive to go up the hill. Could you maybe put some more signage or something? When you expand the campground, you'll undoubtedly have a few more.
Cindy, you good with that?
When I met with Glenn Passmore, he was mentioning that as well, as far as a few people wander down there and take their dogs. And so he was a homeowner there that was supportive of the project, but also expressed a little concern. So we definitely want to include signage and letting people know that. I've never seen an RV be able to go underneath that trestle before, so I don't think anyone could actually fit.
I've taken mine.
Have you really? Wow. Okay.
Yes. The concrete truck can fit underneath it too.
Yeah, okay.
Any
Yes, to
concern
the
if you-
fencing, yes, sir.
Yeah, if you build a wooden fence, are any of your RV parkers going to use the wood to build a campfire?
Yeah. And yes to the signage.
Mr. Mayor, one more quick thing.
Yeah.
I did a quick experiment, sir, because the gentleman who was in my wedding and is the realtor kind of brought this up to me. He said, what if your GPS reroutes you through that? I typed in every possible city you can be in, and there's just no scenario where your GPS is going to take you to Cliff Drive. It's going to tell them to go to 300 Boxcar Drive. You know, they're never going to be told to go that way.
Most of the people I've seen make that mistake, it didn't look like they were using GPS.
They were just lost, yeah. Nope. Anybody? You good?
All right, I'm good.
Thank you so much, Michael. Anybody else like to share? I guess.
So might as well have
Come on up.
5 cents worth of it. My name is Stan Lastovka, and I own the doghouse right next to the railroad track on the north side of the Lake Drive. That's it. No,
Nope.
to the right. That's it.
You own this,
Yes.
okay?
And I have, I'll be brief and to the point. I have that lot for, I think, 30 years. And I have a different concern. because every camper does a barbecue. And I'm not really particularly fond of smelling their barbecue fluid, lighting fluid.
Lighter fluid, sure.
Lighter fluid when they start the barbecue. So when I'm there, I have to batten at the hatches. Second thing, what are you gonna do about the dogs from the people? Are they gonna have any designated area where they can go and crap in the grass?
There is
Because
one.
right now, people from the campgrounds coming right under the trestle, and the first piece of grass they see is my lawn. So every damn dog craps over there,
Cindy, you're on deck.
okay? And it's annoying, because
I'm going to have Cindy address this.
We definitely want to include in our current park, and obviously everybody's not using it, but we have a dog park area, and we do, have an ordinance about picking up after your dog. It sounds like that's not always working on your property, for sure.
Yes, but you have one in the existing park.
Right.
People don't use it. They rather go in the neighborhood and let the dogs do their business over there.
I hear what you're saying. I definitely think there are people, though, that utilize that, because I get calls on it all the time, because it's an off-leash area, but there are people that walk your dogs, and I think that's something we're going to have to do an education piece with our customers and say, hey, these are our neighbors.
I'm sure
and
you remember me.
I do. You talked about dogs. I remember when we met. But yeah, I think it's really critical that we talk to our campers and be respectful of the neighborhood, and I think that's what all of this is about, is just being good neighbors.
Well, another thing, because when the campers come over there, they always have a second vehicle to be able to go around.
Sure.
That means there'll be traffic over there all the time.
Traffic along.
On the Lake Drive. Because they go out of the park with their personal car and they go this way or that way, but most of them go through the neighborhood on the Goat Hill over there. And that's a lot of traffic, you wouldn't believe. And they're idiots, they're driving 50 miles an hour now. So what do you think is gonna be then? So the fence is good, okay, but the little things around the fact, okay, what the people will do over there, there is a lot to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else like to share? Yes. You bet. Come on up.
So Marshall, you're right about, when from the RV park, you type in, your directions. And there's two routes to get to 76. You go through Main Street. The other way is through Lake Drive and then up Cliff Drive, because all the locals know that that's a known through street. That's why there's about 5 speed humps on Cliff Drive.
That's right.
So the first time they may go through Main Street, but then when they see that traffic, insane traffic in downtown, and then they get up to 76 and Roark Valley and see that crazy traffic again, they're not going to go that way the second time.
You're correct.
They're going to go the second way, which is through the neighborhood. But then you add, and Michael mentioned this last meeting, it's only 31 sites proposed going in. And that's not the issue, just 31. Over the weekend, it was a busy weekend. You had at least 50 trucks that were at the existing RV park, plus the 31, plus the local traffic coming down through that through street. That's what the citizens are worried about with that, because there's a reason why those speed humps are on Cliff Drive.
Yes.
So.
That's a good point.
Yep.
Thank you. Anybody else, anything to share? Any aldermen have any comments?
Yeah.
See, when I purchased the property over there, it was nice, there were 3 sets of campgrounds on the riverfront. And it was a room to breathe. You could walk over there, you could fish over there. A lot of people enjoyed it. When they built the concrete jungle, the campground disappeared and turned into asphalt. There would be, I would guess, it's probably the existing campground is less than 1/4 what all the campgrounds used to be, because they were all the way to the Bass Pro. So if you would ask the Bass Pro to give you a piece of the ground on the other side of the bridge that is not used anyway because it's mostly empty, I have never seen it built. The only thing was over there was the Tuesday market. And if you would build your campgrounds over there, it would be a lot better off because it wouldn't be in a residential area. So the residents in the first line of row, like Matthew and his neighbors, okay, wouldn't have to, go through this and put up with it. But that might be a better idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman LeBlanc had asked that I pulled up some of the documentation from FEMA lot that we own. We own multiple FEMA lots down in that area. And so the compatible uses when they were given to us or sent to us is that compatible uses being camping except where adequate warning time is not available to allow execution is one. Structures, no new structures or improvements shall be erected on the property other than a public facility that is open on all sides. Functionality related to open space, a recreational use, a public restroom, a structure that is compatible with open space and conserves the natural functions of the floodplain. Cindy decided that she wanted to leave this whole lot as a buffer between them. So it is valuable property, of course. But I did want to highlight that's what is stuck on the back of the deed with all of our properties. So it does limit it all the way down to camping, so that could never become anything else.
So will that be fenced in also and just left as a big buffer, or are you not going to fence that in?
Your plan was to go on the outside, right?
Yeah, what we hope to do is leave the vegetation. If you remember when we first talked about this, Mr. Tom and Cabrina Harrison came, and he mentioned that, but there is a natural vegetation area that I think would be a lot better because it would be natural and really tall vegetation and would block any of the campers that we have on the Norman lot that we're going to purchase right there. Did I answer that?
Yeah, and I was just thinking like from a dog perspective, like that would be like a great little dog park to walk in or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think,
Cindy, are you going to fence
Yeah.
here or here?
That's what I was asking, yeah.
really just the fence along Lake Street and Moore Street. We're not, I mean, we can do that, but one of the things that, again, the Harrisons mentioned is there's a large natural vegetation area with a lot of grown-up trees, and so that might be a lot better than a fence. And so she mentioned that.
Okay, so you're not planning on a fence here? Yeah, it's a
Yes.
FEMA lot. I'm just asking if they're going to fence it. You're going to put a fence here?
We're not planning on it
Okay.
because that
I was
is,
just asking.
yeah, that's his, yeah.
Just asking. This is public comment, and I am in the public.
So I just got one more question, probably more from Michael, because we had talked about this before, that there's some encroachment happening at that location. Is there any way to rectify that before it becomes an issue? Not from the park standpoint, but from
The neighbor that was there
right there.
graciously kind of took care of the lot and stored a few items on there.
Like
we would like to take
raised
care of
beds and
residents.
stuff like, I mean,
Yeah.
like you just mentioned some things that can't be on there or on there currently.
Right, so there was some stuff that was stored there.
Okay.
I believe he's taking care of it. I mean, that day that we met, or he was here, we met, and he mentioned the mowing, so we met him out there, and we had our city mowers take care of it. I believe he's moved his belongings off of the city lot onto his property.
I have one next door to my house. That's why I was.
Okay, Ralph. Did I say that?
I'm done. So,
Oh, okay.
this was a hard one. We tried to present it unbiased from the planning perspective, and hopefully we did. And I'm going to give, Cindy was fun to work with. She was open to all the ideas. She was open to everything that we talked about. We took the best stuff that other contractors had done, and she ran with it. She had those meetings. She had those conversations. A lot of the faces that are here, I've seen in other places or listened to her speak to. So kudos to Cindy. I know she'll do the right thing, and I know she has the budget to put in beautiful trees, and she has the arborist on staff. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better, in my opinion. So
I agree with that.
Just real quick, I mean, we're about to vote on this, right? And I think they just want to hear that you want that, you don't want to see it, you just don't want to see it. I mean, right? I mean, we don't want to just vote on this and then. Sure. No, that's what I'm saying, sir. I'm saying we're about to vote on this because it is beneficial to the tourists and to the city. But I think for us to just vote on it and then walk out and then go, well, you think they're going to do what they say? I think they want some assurance that we're going to put up a high wooden fence and hide that, right? I mean.
John, something else?
Yes, I think the mutual conversation back here is, yes, that is the main purpose of us being here tonight, is we don't want a fence that we're going to be seeing campers all the time. Obviously that fence, there's no way you can leave that 6-foot fence. That it's almost ready to fall over right now. It has in sections. So make a tall enough fence that's structurally sound, and that's one thing I wanted to talk about. As far as when you're referring to the entrance to there won't be any entrance coming under the bridge, right? Zero. Okay.
Yeah, the entrance is,
The right there. Go up a little bit higher. Right there. Yeah. There was a wreck there about 6 weeks ago. You can see that bridge is made out of telephone poles. So somebody hit that. But yeah. So like I said, our main census is making sure that fence does, keep the view out from our homes. And then there's one other thing I was going to ask, and now I can't remember. Oh, were you planning on putting any docks down there? Right here on the lot that you had just purchased? Right. Are you, that dock has been, I spoke with a gentleman 2 months ago. I voted right up to it.
please speak into the microphone,
Yeah, I know
please,
she
Sean.
pulled it away.
Cindy, quit
That's
pulling
okay.
the microphone
That's
away.
all right. I didn't want to rip it out of your hand. So anyways, yeah, I understand how all this works. But like I said, and I figured this was going to go in anyways, because you're not going to buy somebody's property in the first place if you're not planning on doing this. So we would like to just go ahead and see, an adequate fence to where we don't have to see into the campground and they can't see us. Like I said, I think we've kind of all agreed on that. So.
Very nice.
But yeah. But, okay, now back to you about the dock.
Yeah.
That dock's been partially removed.
Yeah, I think the one dock was sold, and then the dock that is part of the Norman property, we haven't been able to assess it yet. I know it's not in great repair. Mr. Norman told me that. I just met yesterday with our Public Works Director and Engineer, and we're talking about that. I mean, it could be a great thing for people to fish off of. I mean, we have all those fishing docks down there right now, and they don't have covers on them. So it is, if we can repair the dock, we would love to make it accessible to our RVers.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Do you have something, Cody? No. Anybody have anything before we vote? Clay, you're good?
I'm good, babe.
Okay, then let's vote.
That motion passed 5-1. The votes were Cody Alderman Fenton, yes. Alderman Denham, yes. Alderman Cooper, yes. Alderman Rodriguez, yes. Alderman Howden, no. And Alderman LeBlanc, yes.
And I want to thank all of you for coming out and sharing. And we will, what's that?
He's got to move it now.
Wait a minute, time out. Now hear this, now hear this. At 4 a.m., which is only in a few hours, in 6 hours, there'll be crews out there starting, it'll be, half of it will be gone tomorrow. And, yeah, I didn't ask. And next week, the other half goes. Do we have any other items?
Yes, we do.
Oh.
Indeed. You ready, Mr. Mayor?
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6211, an ordinance amending the adopted 2022 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in various funds to provide retention payments to qualifying full-time employees. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 6211.
We have a motion and a second, and staff report from Kathy Stepp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Aldermen. Before you this evening is the proposed ordinance regarding the disbursement of the remainder of our ARPA funds from the federal government. And what we have in front of you is what we proposed to you all at the last meeting, which was the breakdown to be as follows, where we would match the process that was used last year for public safety employees based on 2021 salaries. And then the balance of the dollars left in that so-called pot of ARPA money would be dispersed equally amongst remaining non-public safety employees. The overall breakdown is in the staff report for your review, as is the detailed budget amendments on how we're going to disperse the funds, put the ARPA money into which accounts to disperse them out appropriately based on the departments that the staff work in. And for the non-public safety staff, the approximate payment is going to be about $3,250 gross to each employee. There are some details that I want staff to be aware of that I don't need to go through tonight because they're in the staff report, but just regarding some loggers credits based on this year's payment versus some might not get that this year. So I'm going to ask staff to make sure that they read the staff report. It's very clear in there. If you need further clarification, that you can reach out to us either in the administration office or to your directors. A couple of things I wanted to highlight also is probationary employees that are on staff when the bill is passed will get their payment after they've completed their probationary period and become conferred to regular status. And for public safety personnel for the same after 6 months employment. Those employees who have given notice of termination will not be eligible for the retention payment. And then the last thing is folks who have transferred to new positions or new departments, even though they're in a so-called probationary period, aren't really probationary employees. They just transferred over, so we're not going to apply that wait time of 6 months. So it is with that I am asking, first of all, for a double reading tonight so that we're able to implement your will and get these dollars dispersed to the staff as quickly as possible. And we ask for your approval and support of this.
For the staff report, anybody in the audience have any questions or comments? Any members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carries 6-0.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6211 for its final reading to get these funds out quickly.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any comments, questions from the audience? Questions from the board? We're voting to have a second read. So let's vote.
That motion carries 6-0.
So, Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill Number 6211, an ordinance amending the adopted 2022 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies in various funds to provide retention payments to qualifying full-time employees. The floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill Number 6211.
We have a motion, we have a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience have any questions, comments? Members of the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 6212, an ordinance approving a contract with Motley Law Firm PC and Thomas Motley for municipal judicial services and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion approving the first reading of Bill Number 6212.
We have a motion and a second. We got a staff report from Lisa.
Mayor and Board, this item is for the appointment of Tom Motley for the judge for the municipal court. The contract is the same contract as the current contract that we currently have that expires at the end of December. Judge Motley has served as municipal judge for the city for 20 years and has held several board positions on the State Judges Association throughout the years. This is a routine annual contract that we do every year, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. For the staff report, any questions, comments from the board? From the board. From the audience? From the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion carried 6-0. Your Honor, we're on item number 16.
Yeah. Which is the last item.
This item is a discussion item on the number of aldermen it takes to request something for the agenda and what ordinances can be passed to initiate this process.
We'll begin with an introduction from Alderman Howden.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I brought this up before at our retreat that we had, and basically, I just think that this needs to be codified exactly what it takes. Gosh, I got to tell you, if it took one alderman to put something on the agenda, I'd have about 10 things per meeting, right? And y'all don't want that, right? Because I have, right? I think we all have a lot of ideas. So I just think we just need to have a formal process. That's really all I've been asking for from the beginning. And if there is, it helps the aldermen and it helps city staff. They don't have to pick and choose winners and losers, and the aldermen can have an absolute firm process of how to do this.
So right now, my understanding is to call a special meeting, the mayor can call a special meeting, or it does take 2 aldermen to call a special meeting. Is that correct, Lisa?
Correct.
So Marshall, are you suggesting the same process for something to be placed on the agenda?
Yes, sir.
How does the board feel? I mean, who wants Marshall to put 10 items on the agenda?
No. So what you're saying is, if you have an issue that you'd like to discuss, you need another alderman to back it up.
Get a buddy.
Second,
Just like
somebody
getting
to second it.
Just like calling a meeting.
Clay's a standing second to you.
I mean,
Is that something in the mic, Cody?
I said Clay's going to be a standing second to Marshall's agenda items. So.
No, I mean, I think that sounds pretty fair to me. I mean, you're right. Otherwise, 6 of us could come with 3 or 4 items a night. I mean, I don't know. Sounds doesn't sound like a bad idea to me.
Or conversely, Clay, we could have a split board, let's say a 4-2, but a city administrator who really didn't like those two. And even if two did it.
What?
Right?
Where is this going?
Not you.
Where's it been?
Yeah, and this is past.
Hypothetical.
Hypothetically, right? So there's nothing in code that actually says there's a customary tradition that it takes two. It just needs to be in code. It helps city staff and it helps the aldermen.
Ralph, you have any comments?
No comment, thank you.
I do have a comment. This is Taylor, if you don't mind. Sorry.
You startled us. You woke us up.
I apologize. So, to address kind of where we are from a code perspective currently, there's a limitation on what can be on the agenda. That's found in section 2-62, defining what regular meetings and agendas constitute. And right now we've got all ordinances, resolutions, documents, and presentations shall be delivered to the city administrator 6 days prior to the meeting. So it's not necessarily a limitation on the number of aldermen that it would take to bring an issue and place it on the agenda. It's more that it's restricted to those certain substances. So you need to have an action item, whether that be an ordinance, a resolution, documents and presentation. That's at least the city attorney at this point, that's our interpretation of the code as it currently exists. So it's not, as I said, it's not a number issue. It's more a restriction on what can be put on the regular agenda.
Taylor?
Yes.
It's Clay. So as it is now,
yes,
one alderman could the process says go to the city administrator and then the city administrator either approves it or doesn't approve it?
Yes, as long as it fits into those action item categories. Now that's separate and apart from calling a special meeting, which is under a different code section, which the mayor referenced earlier.
Taylor, does it matter if it's the alderman or the administrator putting the agenda on, or the item on the agenda?
The current code specifically authorizes only the city administrator to put it on the agenda.
Well, I guess so in light of this item on this agenda, I went back and looked at the last 2 years of regular meeting agendas. And I lost count around 20, but there was 20 plus instances where items were put on the agenda recently, like the monopoly thing. And I don't know that necessarily pertained to city business other than it was just a, presentation. So it's an interesting interpretation that was given. And I didn't know if that was, the administrator can put anything and the aldermen have to be limited to these categories, because that seems to kind of go against, at least since I've been on the board in the last 2 years, what we see come on the agenda at times.
I thought, if I can speak, Mr. Mayor, real quick? My interpretation, when Jim corrected me on my initial answer to Alderman Rodriguez, was that we're all bound by that. The administrator would be bound by those categories and the things that are appropriate to put on the agenda as well. So it's not like I could willy-nilly pick whatever I want. That would be a wrong way to balance out.
And that's fair, and I think that's why I'm needing clarification, because to use
I agree
that
with
request that was denied, but then a monopoly board game discussion was put on, it seems like we were picking winners and losers on a discussion item. That was my perception of it.
So maybe a monopoly
because
thing.
of the particular issue. It's like, well, we can't put that on there, but there's a lot of other stuff that shows up without question. So I just didn't know how we distinguish that.
Yeah. So maybe the monopoly thing can only be done by a mayor, because maybe that has to be like a proclamation, kind of. Does that make sense?
Taylor, I got a question for you. This is Alderman Rodriguez.
Okay.
According to your description and the email
Yes.
that I got from Jim Meadows.
Sure.
How did item 16 get on the agenda if you can't do that?
Well, because it's a specific discussion about the potential of changing an ordinance on the way that an item can be put on the agenda versus just a discussion of, the code as it currently exists. It sounded like the issue was presented in a way that the board would like to actually change the ordinance.
So, again, I bring something to Kathy or whoever down the road the city administrator is, and they're like, I don't think it's worthy. That's where like you said, that's where that kind of falls into.
Well, I think some of us feel like that's what happened approximately 10 days ago. An item was requested pertaining to city business. The opinion was that can't be put on there. But again, when you go back and look at the numerous items in the last 2 years, I mean, that's just where I stopped. That's never been a question that's been debated. If somebody wanted it on there, it went on there. If the administrator wanted it, whoever. So it just seemed interesting that on this particular issue, now all of a sudden, legal advice was, well, we can't do that.
All I wanted to do was have Chuck solicit a second. Or if one alderman was going to get something on the agenda, then I wanted something on the agenda as unilaterally as the other alderman put something on the agenda.
So when you put item 16 on the agenda, did you have a second?
No.
Interesting.
But it's
And
an
I
actionable
think-
item. It's an actionable item. That was the differentiation was that
That's a discussion.
This discussion is an actionable item, meaning we're looking to change something, whereas you were just asking for a discussion.
And
Process.
Those different discussions, is what you're saying.
Well, I don't think I should have the ability to put something on the agenda as one alderman.
But you did.
Right, to prove a point.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, if I may. I just want to make it really clear that I was fine with putting the alderman's request
Correct.
on the agenda, but I thought, I'm new here, and I want to make sure I'm following all the proper processes, and I want to be very respectful of everyone. So that's why I reached out to Jim's team. And just to clarify, if we do add something, where does it go in the agenda? Because I want to be respectful. So then I had to backtrack after I was told I was wrong in saying it was okay because of the nature of the request. So I think what we can do is maybe, if you'd like, we can have, further conversation about it. If you want to do a conference call and we can get, Jim or Taylor on the phone and hash out the details and maybe talk about a proposed ordinance if you all want to do that. And just so I can get clear direction from you all on how you'd like us to proceed. We want to do things that are as above board and transparent as possible.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's sounding like what we have in code today is discretionary.
To a point, like what.
And
I wouldn't agree with, I don't think I would agree with that from a legal perspective.
Really?
Yeah. No, I think that a discussion has to pertain to an item of action. If I understand it correctly, the item of action, there was no item of action with the requested discussion at the last, or 10 days ago. And at this meeting, there was an item of action attached, which was changing the process by which this is handled pursuant to city code.
So in other words, with my request, I should have asked for a change to the ordinance after the discussion or during the discussion? And then I would have got it on there?
What ordinance were you asking to change?
That would have been an actionable item, or change the code to,
What ordinance? Hiring of city administrator.
change the
That's not what
code
you-
for the requirements of a city administrator.
So
Right.
you're saying it was just in the wording of his request?
Yeah, so instead of correcting me and putting it on there, it seemed kind of heavy-handed to come at me with legal. That's just my opinion.
I've requested this for months and months, by the way.
Okay. Well, I'd
Mayor-
sure like to get some clarity on this.
Right.
Mayor, if I may,
Sure.
I'd like to caution the discussion about it, because, as you know, I've put together many agendas. But think about everything you may or may not want on agenda in the future, so you don't not allow yourself to put things on the agenda. So pay per performance, we had Jim Meadows do that presentation. It wouldn't, be cautious, it made the agenda, but with this reading, would it make the agenda? So it doesn't have any action on it. It was just informative.
Which is my point, and that's happened
So
at least 20 times in the last 2 years.
So I just want to be just open discussion where that would potentially lead. Not that the wording can't be written however to make it right, but
Can you say that in a simpler way?
so if you ask to be a paper performance discussion on the agenda to have more information on a topic, would that make the agenda?
Yeah, if it's not actionable, it sounded like it wouldn't.
Correct. I will take the error that it made the agenda.
Yes.
Because you asked as mayor to have that put on from one of the meetings. So I will accept all the errors that way because that's how we had done it. So I'm just saying, next time, we wouldn't be able to put that on the agenda for you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So are we saying that Marshall's idea is not a good idea?
No, I'm just saying that if you make it an actionable item, then that limits to discussion or presentations
So
of
should
just a
have two.
general topic.
I think it's too late for us to come to the solution. Maybe administration could come up with some idea. I mean, it might be what Taylor read, meaning it has to be an actionable item, or if it was supported by 2 aldermen. Right now, it says it has to be actionable or it can't be on the agenda. What I'm hearing Marshall say, I think, is, okay, if it doesn't meet that definition, but if there's 2 aldermen that would like it to be on the agenda, then it'll be on the agenda. No?
Well, not necessarily, sir, because I still think it takes 2 regardless. It should take 2 regardless, whether.
But if it meets the current definition that Taylor read.
Do you think did you ever, when it was a 1 to 5 board, request something that went on the agenda and the previous city administrator did not put it on the agenda? Or did you ever feel that there was a possibility that because you were just 1 alderman, he wouldn't have put it on the agenda if you requested it?
Well, the feeling was there for sure.
Sure, right.
That's a great point,
Right.
Marshall.
So if you had the ability within code to solicit another alderman, there's nothing a city administrator who liked or didn't like you could do about that.
That's what I was saying.
That's why I think that's a good idea.
Lisa, you're shaking your head?
Well, I think that's a different section of code. We're talking about multiple section of codes.
It's also 1040.
Well,
Okay, it
and-
takes 2,
And
but
we're
it also
talking-
has to be an actionable item. Those should be the 2 criteria.
And,
But she's bringing up issues where we've had things on the agenda, we want things on the agenda, but they're not actionable.
We need to change that too.
So my suggestion was, it either needs to be actionable like it says now, or 2 aldermen can say, I would like,
I could have 10 actionable items next meeting, Mr. Mayor, that I request.
Yeah, but
I
you-
shouldn't be able
you-
to do that.
Yeah, but you'd need somebody to back it up, a second.
I thought he's saying or.
Oh,
I was saying or.
oh.
I could come up with lots of actionable items.
Yeah, it scares me.
You're saying you need a second regardless.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, and Kathy, right now, it sounds like the burden's on you, right? You get 5 aldermen and each come to you and say, here's 5 items I want on the agenda. How do you pick and choose which ones to put on the agenda?
Well,
The way I would do it today is I would look at what's the criteria that was laid out by our council, and if it meets it, I would put them on the agenda. I wouldn't even,
But we couldn't put 40 items on an agenda.
I don't think you would ever do that, frankly.
I'm not talking about this board, I'm talking about this board and future boards.
Even future boards, to me, I would defer to the elected officials and their judgment and their will. If they want to put some things on the agenda and it meets the criteria, I would not feel comfortable standing in the way of that.
Yeah.
Because I also trust that you guys want what's best for the city. You don't want to overburden the public and be here till 10:45 PM, because I'm planning that we'll be out of here by then.
This is early.
But kidding aside, I would not, but that's me. And
Yeah.
I promise you, I won't be the city administrator here forever. So there will be someone else that comes after me, and they might not behave the same way. So I understand why you want to codify. I think it's a practical solution for Marshall to say, if it's an actionable item, it meets the criteria that our council laid out, and you have to have 2 aldermen in order to be able to do that. I think that's practical and balanced.
So you're talking about adding to what's currently written.
That's correct.
That it must include 2 aldermen. Is that what you're
That's
saying?
correct. That's my suggestion anyway. I think it's a great proposal. But that's my opinion, so it's up to you.
Okay, so Cody's suggestion is keep the language the way it is. Oh, but it's, and adding, and it has to be from 2 aldermen, but then it would avoid any discussions. We couldn't have the pay performance discussion. We couldn't have had the other discussions,
I mean, we
right?
can do study sessions, right, Lisa, for discussions. If there's another discussion that needs to be had on a general topic, isn't that what study sessions are for?
You can, but we've
So
had
that
them.
solves that.
But what about your convention center report tonight?
Well, that's a
That's,
presentation.
that's correct. But it's not on an actionable item. So if you change the phrasing to say it needs to be an actionable item supported by 2 aldermen, that was my issue. And that
Yeah.
was what I didn't understand about the legal opinion, because, yeah, I don't think, based on the interpretation we received, I don't think the convention center report should have been on there tonight.
Can we get our
took no action
council
on
to
it.
weigh in?
But, and I would say you should go back to have more information discussion, because I can point out to section 2-62 talks about the agenda, and the agenda shall be the city administrator's agenda. So, I mean, and that's a different section than what we were just talking about.
Yeah,
So I
and
think,
it's too late to have these
Yeah,
discussions.
I'm
So
just-
I'm going to suggest, we're okay moving on.
Absolutely.
Let's move on to reports, and we'll start with the wisdom from Alderman Fenton.
Mayor, it's late, I got nothing.
Ruth?
It's late, I have nothing either.
Clay, is it too late for you?
It's way too late for me, Mayor.
Chuck?
Thank you.
I'm good.
Marshall?
Real quick.
Oh,
I
don't second this, Marshall. Move on.
Sorry. Cody?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, not you. This guy. Cody Stice.
Other Cody.
Yeah.
There's a new Cody in town.
Yes, sir. That was one of the hardest votes that I've ever taken on the campground issue. And I felt I needed to be consistent. I can think of maybe 10 times neighbors came in front of either the planning commission when I sided on or this board, and almost every time I've sided with the neighbors. You know, there's like one time that it wasn't. And I just think that's the kind of thing where, and I think you went out and talked with them, and I appreciate that. You know, that's the kind of thing where, and it's not even necessarily siding with them or anything. It's hearing them out. It's never saying you're wrong because you missed this piece, because they can't, it's impossible for them to be wrong because they're advocating for their neighborhood. They can be wrong on factual things, but that's just a great example. I just think the gentleman said it, if you're going to be for the people, be for the people. So I just think it's a great example. Yeah.
We can't have discussions in the. Ralph?
Truth and integrity, very high virtues that
In the mic, please.
truth and integrity, very high virtues that I've taken seriously from the time I raised my hand and went in the military, and I stand by them today. And I'm just going to publicly state that, you know, I represent the people of Ward 3, and I do that with pride, with enthusiasm, with inspiration from everyone that I talk to in the community. And I feel in my heart of hearts that I made the best decision for the city of Branson, and I will stand by Kathy Stepp every step of the way, and that's all I got.
Kathy?
Thank you, Ralph. I just want to give a quick shout out to Cheryl and her team for the unbelievable Christmas decorations the amount of joy and blessing that fill this building, even on a raucous evening, is palpable to me. And to all of our staff who come out and help her, sure, I had to send a threatening email, but it didn't matter because people showed up and they did it with enthusiasm and joy. And God bless everybody who has blessed us with their volunteer efforts, and you all get to enjoy the fruits of that. So I'm very proud of our team. Thank you.
Thank you, and due to the late hour, I'm going to limit my report. My report is going to sound like I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Have a motion? Oh, we're still doing this? Too late. We have a motion, second. All in favor? Vote. There you go. Motion, meeting's over. Thank you, everybody.
Peace.